Me and the boys are dead excited to talk about the dates and all the Loveless play. But first things first, we got to get ourselves to the bloody gold saucer. So let's take a look at that. But before I do, let me introduce you to the Excalibur. He doesn't talk very much. And over here we got Sid, Dragoon King.
Why'd he keep his regular name and you gave me... Oh, shit, my bandage. Oh, boy. Oh, no. All right, we're taking that off. The sweat's taking me too much. Howdy, y'all. It's your boy, Sid Highwind. I didn't just improvise this accent without any practice. I'm the real Sid.
All right. It kicks off with Sid patching up the tiny Bronco. A wee fixer-upper. Turns out, it's into the Bronco cruises. Proper proud of himself and all. They set off to Castle de Sol and then on to Gold Saucer. Kate's spinning the yarn about the Keystone. Says it's been 20 years back when Dio had the pure mad idea to build a museum. Total disaster. Like Sony's Concorde. Flashy shite, closed quicker than it opened. Keystone vanished. Gone. Turns out Vincent knew the old lad Sid. Still does odd jobs for Shinra every now and then. But Barrett doesn't take one bit to liking it. But Sid just glares at him and goes, "Hey, any man who tells the Lord his power over me is gonna regret it." Barrett gives a wee sigh. No, angry. More like fair play, mate. Whole squad's here now.
Hold on a second. I just gotta point out that until this fat-ass vampire got on the Bronco, we were going strong without an incident. Yep. Thanks a lot, you living corpse. All right, continue on, sir.
My pleasure.
The whole squad's here now. Pure belter. Love seeing them all tagging along. Some quality powder too. Red cracks a line saying Sid's got his wings clipped. Sid smacks Cloud on the back laughing like a dafty. Barrett mutters, "Another broody bastard has left. One pain in the arse wasn't enough." Cloud agrees. One's plenty. Then he clocks it. He's the joke. Whole gang's bursting out laughing. Magic stuff, that is. We roll up to the Gold Saucer now. And I'm gonna get out of that character because that's too much. I can't do it. I tried to do the Sid voice or the Kate voice, and he's got like a little bit of his voice breaks. He's like, "Whole squad's here," like almost Mickey Mouse style. But then I was like, nope. I go into Mickey Mouse too much, and then I just stopped, and I was just like, I'm just gonna wing it, you know. And it didn't sound very great.
Well, didn't sound terrible.
I love the outfits, man. I hope this makes up for me not performing tonight, guys. No promises to keep. I told you that. I don't know. Who knows? We'll see. If I get a Mountain Dew in me, we'll see what happens.
Mako Dew.
Yeah, you get that Mako Dew in me. All right, here we go. Yeah, getting that Mel Gibson. Freedom!
Like Mel Gibson on helium.
Well, I have a few comments before we push into the Gold Saucer here.
Okay, yeah, I was just speeding right along with that one.
You were. So Sid says he's master of land, sea, and air, and I can't help think of the submarine and the airship in part 3. Like he's just pushing that a little bit. And when Sid mentioned that he still works for Shinra on occasion, sort of implies that his ties haven't been completely severed yet. So the way they were in the OG, right, when Shinra showed up to steal the tiny Bronco and shot it down. So kind of looking forward to seeing how they pull this off in part 3.
Yeah, you know, that's a good point. I was wondering about, like, what's going to be his total snap, because he says to Barry, he's like, them boys have their uses. So clearly he's not totally... he doesn't have that anti-Shinra sentiment, at least not on the same level. I mean, clearly he also isn't, like, gung-ho in favor of him either. Like, he says that he likes having his own agency over the skies and stuff, so they're probably going to play pretty heavily into that with the Broncos. So I'm excited to see that, too, because, dude, when he said, any man who tries to lord his way over me is not going to... That went so hard. I'm like, I want to see Barrett and Sid fight now.
Well, Barrett.
Throw down.
I don't know if you could decipher what I was saying there, but I said
Lord
Barrett.
knows I was trying.
Barrett gives it a wee sigh, no, not angry, but more like fair play, mate. Which is like Barrett didn't sound angry. He sounded like he was kind of like, respect that, dude. I respect that when he said, "Man who lords his power over me ain't gonna live to see," or whatever. And then Barrett was like, like maybe we will get along. Maybe we go to get along a little bit. So,
I like it.
Hey, no Barrett, no Barrett impersonation. We're not Barrett tonight.
Barrett is not here,
man.
He's not. Yeah. He hasn't paid rent
I
yet.
think it's a shame they left me out of the bros date. It's a
He hasn't
damn
paid
shame.
rent to Vincent. I didn't know Vincent was Barrett's landlord. That's crazy.
Well, now that Vincent is Barrett's landlord, he did pay. So.
Vincent was actually in the basement renting out the house. So Vincent
He was chilling in his car
came
waiting
with
for
the
rent.
house.
came with the house.
Oh,
All right,
All
so
spaced.
we get to the gold saucer, and this is when Kate says that legend has it no one ever returns from the Temple of the Ancients. So he is concerned, showing some concern here for Cloud and his friends. And we can kind of like zip through this a little bit because not too much happens here. As we're going to get to the naming rights.
somebody got proposed to. Just saying. That was the only NPC dialogue that mattered here.
Somebody
walk up, somebody gets proposed to. They said yes.
Oh, wonderful!
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Congrats to the two nameless people. They're not loveless. They're just nameless.
That's great. Yeah, okay. We had a proposal right here on the show.
Just thought I'd throw that out. I walked
Yeah.
around hoping to find some cool NPC dialogue, and that was really it.
I found a few, but I think it was when I don't know. I'll get to I'm sure it'll come up in my notes. But yeah, so basically, we're going to go to the Coliseum. We're going to see these posters on the wall. We're finding out that the Don is back. Don Corneo is back. And he has sent his Scotch and Koch out there to issue a challenge to Dio. But when we see Dio, he's looking pretty rough. So let me catch up with my notes there. Yeah, Dio talks about how he ran into when he ran into the Turks, and they're much tougher than they look. And that was, of course, at the end of Chapter 8 when he allows Cloud and Party to make their getaway and takes on Rude. Rude leaves this guy all messed up.
Messed him up, man.
Now, so Dio references fate once again. I mean, like, this is in the intro of Dio, like, he talks about, like, when fate issues you a challenge, you rise to meet it. And now he references fate again. Nay, divine intervention is what he says. So this dude has a lot of loaded statements that are glossed over because of how eccentric he is. That was one thing I noted here. Divine intervention seems to be what Aerith might be doing in the light, like in this whole grand scheme of story, right? You know what I mean? Like this whole grand scheme of things. But I don't know if I might be reading into that. But D.O.B. dropping some heavy things here about fate and destiny and all that other stuff. Now it also ties in a little bit to Loveless, which we're going to experience in just a few minutes. We'll talk about the Loveless play, which also has that divinity and stuff like that with the goddess. Now we're gonna go to Dio says, yeah, sure, Aerith, you can have it, because Aerith is like, yo, shouldn't that belong to me since it's my ancestors? And Dio's like, you know what, sure, I'll let you have it, but you gotta be my champions. You're gonna have to win the championship for the naming rights tomorrow and not let Don Corneo win, otherwise he's gonna turn it into Corneo land. Nobody wants that. So they accept. They're going to make their way to the haunted hotel because guess what? They got to rest up. You know what I mean? If Dio wants his champions in tip-top shape, you got to go to the hotel and rest up.
Just want to say, I love that Dio starts posing while he's covered in bandages. I mean,
he still has
a weird flex, right?
The one arm.
Dude, I want to just point out that, he says that Don, he's challenging for the naming rights or whatever. And we see, Scotch and Koch like jump in while Dio's all bandaged up and they're like, promoted. So it begs the question, how long has Don been chilled in this? Because they said he's been hanging in the saucer for a while. And did he wait till Dio was messed up to challenge him? Because that's probably what I would have done too. Because ain't no way I was going to, he saw this guy all bandaged up and he was like, time to strike. Like, time to try and stake my name on the saucer.
Yeah.
Makes sense. Did you guys notice that you can seek out each individual party member in the saucer and talk to them before you go here?
What kind of interesting dialogue do we get when we do that?
All right, so we can. Well, I mean, we kind of covered Aerith, right? So she talks about what's going on with the Don. You get to see the poster and all that. Tifa's at the Skywheel. She asks Cloud if people realize war is about to break out. Cloud says that everyone always thinks war is someone else's problem until they're in the thick of it. She says she wishes she could do more, feels like she always comes up short, and Kate Sith tells her that knowing her limitations is the key to knowing herself. Cloud reassures her she's not coming up short. They're not the dumb kids that fell off Mount Nebel. They're not powerless and alone, so she should never stop trying.
I thought it was funny how Kate was just like, "Oh yeah, it's good to know that you can't do that." Cloud was like, "No, you know what? It's just funny. It feels like an inverse of their characters. Like usually you would expect Kate to be the more uplifting one, whereas Cloud would be more of the downer. But no, actually, it was kind of the opposite in that moment.
It was inverted. Yeah,
it was an inversion of their character. So I thought that was
for sure. Dude. If you visit the haunted hotel early, Vincent comments on the aesthetic. He's like, excellent design. Very
Is that what he says?
If you keep bugging him, he'll say, if we're to stay the night, I call the coffin.
What is it?
That's excellent.
I don't know if you have the exact quote for Red because he's at the Chocobo Square, but he did say when you walked up to him that he can't pick up a scent of Dio, and I'm like, buddy,
he says he hasn't got a whiff.
Yeah, like this whole time, bro, we've been building you up so that you can sniff this. You could sniff like no other, and then he just talk about character regression.
What a regression here. We got to talk about his nose. Let's take a moment.
Now let's talk about his nose for the next hour. No, but because this is what it was really building to. No, I just thought it was funny that he was like, "Oh yeah, I can't smell him." Yeah. I mean, I'm sure. Granted, I am sure the saucer is full of, I'm sure it smells pleasant to us, but to something like him, it's probably just a mixed match of awful things. It probably smells like popcorn, candy, vomit, bunch of sweaty people, and the muscle at Coliseum's got to be full of sweaty people. It's just
he might change up his scent too, man. He's a very he might be using this is Tuesday's cologne,
that's
Wednesday,
true.
yeah, he's changing it up.
Yeah. He's got a clone of the day.
Yeah,
I think the most interesting thing about the Red sequence is how he expresses interest in the Chocobo races. I'm like, bro. So Cloud asks him, do you mean as a jockey or as a Chocobo? And he's like, either or. And I'm like, oh, hold up.
Hold up.
Run as Red at part 3 against Chocobos? Woo.
They also build up Tifa being a jockey, so I'm curious if we're gonna have maybe more, and if it's the original options. Sid would be an option just by virtue of the original game.
Race against your party, dude. Race,
that'd be fun.
Yeah, the whole party racing, and then
just being able to choose who you want. Maybe they'll have their own specific, instead of the Chocobos, maybe having there might be stats also attached to the characters.
That would be really cool.
Yeah, maybe Red could roar and stop everybody for a second, stun them.
Oh my god! They have.
I can imagine there being cool things
like a hero racer. Each hero has its own ability. Oh my god!
Throw it in. Make it fun.
Yeah. We get Kate. Can we get Kate riding Red 13? He does in
that's
Adventure.
The Chocobo and the jockey.
He's the
jockey. Dude, I just want to point out that me myself, I was.
It's good. It's a good. Keep it going. It's better than my.
I was gonna say. I think it's funny that Sid is chilling in the space section, looking at all the space battle, and he even ponders about battling in space, which I thought was interesting. He's just like, wouldn't that be interesting? And he's thinking about going. It's cool that we're getting little tidbits because obviously he's a late game addition to the. He's not even a proper party member. He's kind of just a add-on character for the moment. So it's cool that we're setting up the roots for the space arc that he goes through.
Yeah.
So I thought that was cool.
Real quick, I do want to give a big shout out to Astro Zach. Good to see you again.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you so much for tossing that gill. That's really, I really appreciate that. So thank you very much for tuning in, and I hope you enjoyed the show. But yeah, so anything else about the party members that are around, or did you cover them all? Or
the Yuffie one's not very interesting. She's just playing the brawler. She challenges you. You know, if you beat her, she just complains. If she beats you, she talks smack.
Nice. Okay.
The interesting one is Barrett at Event Square. Yeah. So he's looking at the posters, and he wishes that Jessie was there. And he says she'd either gush over her roles that she played on stage, or she'd be mad at how much Mako was being wasted. Mm-hmm. And Cloud says something like, either way, she'd be entertaining. So something like that. Okay. Yeah, it's a pretty good little moment for sure. Definitely kind of setting up, what we're getting ready to see in the VR sequence.
And say a lot of the characters, I mean, obviously with the exception of, say, somebody like Sid or Vincent, but a lot of the characters' moments in the saucer kind of play into their dates later. Barrett, he's going to cry at the play with Jet. Like, it's just cool that some of them lay this foundation for things that the full date will later explore. Mm-hmm. So I thought that was pretty cool.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. So we are at the Haunted Hotel, and as we're here at the Haunted Hotel that Dio has hooked us up with, we see Aerith writing a song, and Cloud lets her be alone here. Lets her be alone with her thoughts, but Kate, he intrudes. He just goes ahead and just butts right on in there in a comedical yet very odd way. I don't know if anybody else thought this was just odd. I know they were going for funny. But Aerith threatens Kate Sith by saying curiosity killed the cat, lifts him by his head as Kate screams in agony. There's not even no laughter afterwards, nothing. It's just I know it was supposed to be
played it straight.
It's supposed to be a funny moment, but I'm like, yo, this is. She's like, they said curiosity kills the cat, and then he grabs him by his head. He's like, and I'm like, what is happening?
Maybe it's less funny to you because you are Kate right now. Like, you're actually you're kind of relating to him a bit, you know?
See, look, I'm not having fun. She has me by my face. This is gonna pop my robotic head right off, dude. It's not gonna feel great.
This is one of those scenes where I wish I saw how it ended. Because I want to know where does she just put him down? He's like, all right.
Where's this going?
You said curiosity kills the cat. And then after, okay, that's cool. You get it.
So
you get it.
There's a couple little
Easter
eggs leading up to this too. Did you guys catch? So in the behind the bar, there's a new bartender behind the bar at the Haunted Hotel. Yin and Yang is now there with the two heads. Yeah. So that was replaced. And there's a couple people in the lobby talking about the saucer is hosting a Thou Art Rosa contest. So this is setting up why Aerith is writing it. I didn't actually realize that there was any setup for it.
Thank you for catching that.
Wow.
Yeah.
Because I was kind of confused too why she was, writing this.
So,
and then when they select her, it just seems weird. I guess she writes a song and wasn't exactly prepared to perform, because they even say to her, she's like, oh, you can perform it. She's like, oh, me?
Yeah. Well, there's even two characters talking, and one guy is like, there's no way I didn't win. Those are the absolute best lyrics I've ever written. And all I'm thinking is I would pay to see this guy in a Rosa dress. He's no Cloud, but I bet he could pull it off. He's so mad.
Funny. That's really funny.
Yeah, man. I'm like, so there's a couple people talking in the lobby about it to kind of signal that that's where it's going. But I didn't catch that the first playthrough.
No, I didn't catch it.
I honestly missed it this one. Yeah, I missed it on this one. And I made a note about it. I'm like, so why the hell is she writing, and how'd she even know that this was happening? So it's cool that there is actually. And I like that it's subtle. It
was unforced optional.
Unforced optional. I was gonna make a shirt that says forced optional. I subscribed to Final Fantasy V because it was forced optional.
I expect 0.00003% on the royalty for every like 10 shirts you sell. Maybe I'll get a penny.
That one's yours. We're getting we're pulling so many freaking slogans and catchphrases and stuff from this show. It's so great, dude. What happened to at least 3 feet though? We were throwing that into every episode. That one kind of went away.
The problem is that sometimes it's really hard to. It's forced optional. It's like it's too hard to force that one into like. It's like, oh, a guy jumped. Oh, jump at least 3 feet. It's like, how many times can you make that joke? Or something really big fell. It's like, all right, yeah, that one you got to be like really creative, or it's gonna be dull. Forced optional. That's just an experience. Like, we all relate to forced optional. We all know.
That's true.
Yeah, we know it. It also goes in with the grand like review of this game, where a lot of people had a lot of complaints about the side quests because they were forced optional. They didn't have a word for it. But now they do. Now they can explain that all the side quests were forced optional. Like, I need to get that checklist done. It's not, I mean, it's not an option. It's not forced. It's just, it's got to happen. All right,
man,
so
it's like this weird marriage.
It's just weird marriage. All right. So this is now we're gonna get into it, right? We got to get into we got to go Zach on track. We got to get the Zach attack. It's a Zach attack.
Oh yeah.
At least this one happened earlier. I love when it's like 3 hours into the podcast. It's like, oh, and it's Zach.
My ears flap. That's pretty great. All right. And it's Zach! It's like we're 5 hours into the podcast. It's Zach time! We got another hour to go.
That was like 2 chapters ago, and I remember we were all tired, and it was like, okay, and at the end of the chapter, it's Zach.
It's time for more Zach.
Oh, brother. Hey, at least we're getting it out of the way early. This is my favorite day to Zach.
This is my favorite day to Zach. Well, let's Zach. It's a Zach attack here because when Cloud lays down, he closes his eyes, and we are once again in the haunted hotel bed, but we are once again closing our eyes and seeing things from Cloud's perspective. Cloud is in that wheelchair in that exact spot in this room when where the camera is looking at right now. He's looking at Aerith lying down in this world. He kind of comes out of this for a second, because knowing that he's seeing that, and then he goes, huh? Wait, what? And then he's going to lay back down, and we're going to go back to sleep, and we're going to see it, the rest of this.
What do you think, boys? Any coincidence that it's when he's in the haunted hotel bed that this happens?
It is interesting that it's like
out there.
Yeah, is it related to the haunted hotel? I mean, I'm also kind of curious, and I don't know if I've been paying attention enough to, like we've only done like 50 hours of analysis on this game. I don't know if I've been like, is it every time he goes to sleep that we get a Zach interlude?
No, not
is
from his perspective, maybe.
No,
because at least I mean, think about Cosmo Canyon, right? They're all on the boat when it happens,
right? But that seemed more Aerith centric because she had her hand in the live stream, and then she's the one that reacts. Same with when she's looking at the sky, and he's looking at the sky. They're in like what I'm getting at is that maybe for Cloud it is more specifically when he is asleep. Whereas with Aerith, it doesn't have to be that way. With her, it feels like if her and Zach are sharing some sort of connection, if they're both looking at the sky, if like she could feel his touch through the live stream or something. But with Cloud, if it's not him falling asleep, they're not full on like Zach interludes. They're just like little Zach, like, 1-2s. Like, he just shows up, like, drowning in Nibelheim or something. Yeah, they hits him with the whole 1-2 Zach. But as far as the Zach interludes go, I think Cloud, for the most part, besides maybe like 14 in chapter 14, he's always asleep. At least up until this point. So,
yeah.
I don't know.
If you spotted or if you know about a moment when that was not the case, let us know. But yeah, so like here we go. Cloud goes to sleep, and here we are in Zach's world. Here we go. Here we go. Okay. Here we go. Marlene says that it's better that she stays asleep because Cloud is sick. Of course, before that happens, Elmira's like, here, you go clean up Cloud. I'll clean up Aerith, whatever, blah, blah, blah. And he goes upstairs, and then this is where Marlene is kneeling down by the bed of Aerith, and Marlene says it's better that she stays asleep because Cloud is sick, and if she wakes up, she'll die. A scary man is going to kill her. And she likes Cloud, so she's happy he came, but she dies.
Yeah.
Thoughts?
She also said, she also says Zack has to make Cloud better because if he's sick, he can't save Aerith, which is really interesting because it seems like Marlene is flat out saying, if not implying, that a healed version of Cloud can save Aerith. What? Like, why would she say that Zack has to make Cloud better because if he's sick, he can't save her? Just a weird thing to throw in there.
Yeah.
Well,
yes.
So, I don't know.
I'm trying to break brains, but that stuck out when I saw that.
Dude, I wrote that, that Marlene believes if Cloud wasn't sick, he could save her. Because in the original game, at least, like, this is just what I wrote down, so I might need to further cook the thought later, but in the original, Cloud attempts to kill her before snapping out of it. Whereas in Rebirth, the future memories, he does, like, it's weird on whether or not he does or doesn't, because, like, we kind of get, like, the split there. So I don't know if by sick, like, my interpretation of that is because in the original, he's clearly unwell, whereas when he snaps out of it before in Rebirth, he does manage to do it. So maybe that's what Marlene is implying here, that if he can, collect his thoughts and kind of be, better than he was before, he might actually have what it takes to save her. And I feel like we caught a glimpse of that in 14. That's how I see it. But I don't know if that's exactly what's being said here. But it feels to me like what she's saying here is that if he can snap out of it, like if he can, collect himself, he would have the strength to be able to save her. But we know he doesn't. That's right. How I see it.
And we also get that flash there to remake, right? Where Aerith goes like, don't tell anybody. So in this world, Marlene has retained those memories, it seems like, right? Like the memories of whatever Aerith shared with Marlene, she was able to keep that. And we find out later, of course, with Red, he's saying like, oh no, all of those memories are gone. But so I don't want to get ahead of myself too much, but I'm kind of bring it back. With Red on the date, Red does say that he knows that she's in danger.
Yes.
So he doesn't know what's going to happen to her, but he knows that she's in danger, which also kind of implies that Aerith would also know that she's in danger, because the same memories should be taken from Aerith that was taken from Red, which means...
Right.
So, like, going through this, and we've
taken together,
yeah,
I feel like this implies that Aerith knew she was going to die. That's how Marlene knows now, because this little flash where we see remake, right, is basically telling the audience that this is how Marlene knows, because Aerith shared this information. We basically have confirmation that Aerith showed Marlene the future in remake, and it cements that Aerith knew she was going to die. She loses that. Her and Red both have this feeling of dread still. The only person that remembers is Marlene. And Marlene flat out says it, like, this dude's going to kill her. Scary man's going to kill her.
We got to keep in mind where we are. Like, if this is is the live stream, this is the a world within the live stream. Of course, the Whispers are not even here. They don't care. It's the live stream, right? Like, they can't.
This is a place of memories. Like, memories live here, so whatever memories were lost could still be here.
They're still here, yeah. And I guess that also explains why her materia is still white in the live stream, because it's the live stream, right?
It's all memory.
It just begs the question, though. So does Marlene know? Like our Marlene, the one in the?
I would say no. Yeah, but like we don't get to talk to Marlene, right?
We don't, and we're not going.
We're not going to.
That'll be a
I imagine,
pivotal
if anything,
moment in part 3 if that comes together and we see how that works. It'll put a lot of puzzle pieces together, I think.
Yeah.
So you know how the Whispers took Red and Aerith's now I'm imagining Marlene in like Calm or something with Elmira, and then the Whispers just jump her for her memory.
Just knock the memories out.
Get her!
Jump that 4-year-old. Take those memories from that 4-year-old.
Yo, get that kid! But no, like now I'm wondering, does she know? Oh, great! Now I'm just imagining this kid getting jumped by a bunch of ghosts.
I mean, like Toolman says, part 3 will have them see Marlene again, and I agree. I agree that like at that part,
at least
right before the final moment, at least at that moment, it could be before then, but it, at least right before the final mission, I have a feeling we're gonna go all over the place to all of these characters' anchor points, whatever like drives them, whatever motivates them, and of course Barrett's going to go back to Marlene, and maybe we get some dialogue between them, and maybe she can fill us in on if she remembers anything, but at that point it kind of doesn't really matter.
No,
because Aerith's already gone.
Right.
But yeah,
she fills him in. Yeah, Daddy, I got jumped by some ghosts.
These ghosts came out of nowhere.
I was thinking about the flower girl, and then darkness consumed me, and then I forgot about the flower girl. I don't know. Like you're right. It doesn't really matter by that point.
But
I'm very curious.
Maybe the Whispers didn't even feel like they needed to take it. She can't make a difference.
Yeah, what is she gonna do? She's 5.
She's not gonna be. She was gonna run to Forgotten Capital and try to make a difference. It's not gonna happen. It's like right before Sephiroth came down.
Her
the
daddy
big twist.
did kick the butt of the Arbiters of Fate, so I don't know.
I'm just imagining Sephiroth coming down with the sword, and then Marlene just. Just stops him, like tackles Aerith.
Drop kick.
Tackles Aerith out of the way.
Dude,
yeah.
I
And the twist nobody saw coming, Marlene gets killed instead.
Oh God!
Oh my God!
Dude,
could the whole party kill Sephiroth right then?
Holy crap! You know what's crazy is that we're joking about her being a little badass right now, but she was kind of channeling that Sephiroth. She hits his pose when she's talking about him. She's like, and he had long hair, and it reminds me of the Nebel flashback, like how he looks in the fire. And
that's probably what she saw. She probably saw that.
She hits
right?
that same pose, like that, like head turn with like looking up at the. It reminded me of Sephiroth.
Yo,
I don't know if you can find the scene specifically, but when she starts talking about him, like not to call this child creepy, but it evoked the same feeling as, like, to me, the gesturing that she was making to me felt.
This is the same world where both Elmira and Marlene said, "Welcome home." Like, oh my God!
That is true. This child is creepy. Wait, I can't hear the audio or anything, but just the way that she looks during this part, when she starts talking about him, I just remember thinking
she's sad, she's angry.
Well, of course, but I just remember thinking that she was like channeling him in a way that she like.
Oh yeah! Here we go. Here we go. We're gonna put the fire behind her with. Can we get some? Can we get that special effects, please? Get that slow mo turn.
Dude, that would be so like just. I don't know what would be more intimidating, Sephiroth and Nibelheim. Like who's the more intimidating perpetrator of the incident, her or Sephiroth? But wait a minute. Oh man, where's this part? But
it's coming up. Yeah, he's gonna say, "What did he look like?" And then and she'll.
Yeah, I can't see the subtitles, so it's hard for me to like keep track of where exactly we are.
Yeah, it's coming up right here.
Here he comes. If it's all right. Yeah, here comes one question. If it's all right.
Yep. Here it is.
Hey, I might be reading a bit deep on that. We've been known to do so on this show, but I don't know.
His hair was long.
His hair was
The
long.
music gets Sephiroth-like.
And gray.
There it is. There's the look.
Yeah, that's that like that head cocked down, like the
And
scene where
gray.
he looks in the fire.
Somebody put the
And
fire
she's
behind
talking-
her, please.
Yeah,
Man,
Could somebody just redo the entire scene, but just cut Sephiroth out?
Just have the fire.
bro.
No, don't.
Listen,
Yeah,
man.
yeah. Cut Sephiroth. And put
I'm just
Marlene.
saying, if I were the 4 or 5 guys in Nibelheim surrounding her at that point, I would be too scared to move. Like,
Yeah.
imagine this.
You're
like,
right. I'd be waiting about a minute before I fired my gun too.
Yeah, this half
least-
plane, this
At
half
least
plane-
3 minutes. At
At
least
least.
3 minutes. I did the rock sign. Like
Dragon King
I'm
fears
ready
the
to rock always, bro. I'm ready. I went at least 3 minutes. I mean 3 minutes.
Dude, I'm just imagining her holding his sword. Like, that'd be so crazy. That'd be intimidating. But anyway, no,
Okay, yeah,
I
man.
don't know.
Back.
I don't
Let's
know
get
if I
Zach
would-
on track. Let's get Zach on track.
Yeah, Zach on track. But no, I do think that they were going for something with Sephiroth there. That look, to me, with the music accompanying it, definitely evokes that same feel, especially since she's talking about him.
Yeah.
So,
that makes sense, bro.
yeah.
I like what
Anyway,
you're going
so-
with there. So yes, this Marlene has seen the future from Aerith in Remake, and she's seeing the OG timeline, I suppose. But I do like what Wiley brought up about, like, hey, if she was saying that you have to make Cloud better to save Aerith. That's a very interesting thing. So I wonder if when Aerith showed her, if she also revealed her plan. But that's me thinking way too crazy of why she's even here in the first place. Of like, here's what happened and here's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to save Cloud before he, turn him back so he can, end this before I have to die type thing. I don't know. We'll
That
see.
could be, man. Yeah, I mean, these are all things that make sense, but we don't have any way to verify it at the moment.
Nope.
So,
All right, so now we have Zach looking up at the rift in the sky. Elmira points out that one flower is blooming. The yellow reunion flower, to be exact.
Yep.
So Zach needs to talk to Hojo about Cloud. And that's kind of this little exchange here. But one thing to point out is that Elmira has warmed up to Zach, who she despised.
Considerably.
Yeah,
Yeah.
she despised him. So she's kind of warmed up to Zach, appreciates what and she knows that, like, hey, not everyone from Shinra is bad. Not all these soldiers are bad. And so she's kind of got a trust in Zach now. And even tells him, like, hey, man, I'd be a wreck if you weren't here right now. This is
I wrote
this is a
that
lot.
down.
I got
thought
that in my notes too. Yeah,
Yep.
and then I wrote in parentheses, "Shut up, shippers," because I know that the Zach Elmira thing is a thing. Some of these crazy folk, man.
Come on, man.
Like, come on, man.
Come on, man.
Either way you break down that ship name, it sounds like a medication. Elmizac or Zakira. Like, how would you? It sounds like a.
Why do I have to be drinking water every time you do something stupid like that?
Hey, just keep drinking water, baby. It's not
Zach.
gonna stop.
Elmirac? Is that what you... Elmirac?
Elmirac or like Zakira.
Are
Sounds
you
like a
suffering
freaking
from
medication.
constant diarrhea? Like, here's try Elmirac today.
Are you stuck in a depressive purgatory state? Stuck between life and death, unknown where you are? Welcome
Do you
home.
find yourself
Pass an
attracted
Elmizac.
to older women?
Elmirac. Elmirac is suitable
into-
for all ages.
You into your girl and her mom?
For all ages. All right. Pump the brakes.
Zach on track. Zach on
Yo, let's
track.
get.
Zach
Why
on
do we
track.
always go off the rails when it's Zach? You know what I mean? Like, we got to get
man,
Zach
there's just
on
too
track.
much. There's too much to say. That's
I
all
think
it
it's
is.
part cope.
I think, yeah, it's a cope.
little bit.
It's also just knowing that this whole, like, Zach stuff is kind of off the rails on its own, right? So it's only fitting. It's only fitting. All right, so yeah. All right, when Zach he's leaving, he says, "Yo, don't let Aerith leave." And she's like,
Yeah.
"I tried to keep that girl tied down before, and it just doesn't work. You know, you can't keep this girl. She wants freedom." And like Zach's like, "All right, well, don't."
Yeah, that was interesting. You don't really see him get like that much.
Yeah,
Like, he even,
yeah.
dude, he even
Yeah.
like chuckles at first. He was like,
Please.
no, but like for real.
Yeah, but
Like,
for real
like,
though.
Yo, it was weird. You just don't see him get serious like that. You know,
There's even some like subtlety in the dialogue too, because Elmira's like no promises is what she says. Which
She
obviously
does.
it's feeding forward to where we're going, but it's an interesting choice of words. And so the other thing that I caught was, so is this a reference to Aerith sneaking out of the house or out of this world, which is something that's going to happen later? You know what I'm saying? Like keep an eye on her. Aerith, listen.
I need some Elmirac right now, bro.
Listen. This Aerith has the white materia, bro. She's trying to leave with it, or pass it off to somebody. So it's just there could be some subtext in this, building up to what we're gonna see later on.
Yeah,
it's not gonna be future memories for long, boys. We're coming up on everything big.
What do you guys like? I mean, I gotta think about it. No, what is the dog? What is the stamp in this world? I forgot. It's like it's whatever. It's like the terrier or something.
Yeah.
Okay. It's like all the events of Remake happened for at least Biggs. Did they happen for Elmira as well? Like she does she know who Cloud is when she sees him? I don't think so, right? Like she wasn't. I can't remember. I'm a little off right now.
I think she recognized him.
Cause it's like when they went through the wall of whispers and they went into the singularity and they walk out the other side of it in Remake. It's like this world was born, right? Like errant worlds were born, right? And this is one of them. So yeah, all right. That's all I'm trying to say. I don't know. I don't know where I was going with that. Just let's get Zach off the track. Let's just get him. Let's get him out of here.
Let's get him out of here. Let's go on a date.
let's get the Zach out of here, man.
Let's get the Zach out of here, bro. I would play Expedition 33. No. Yo, I love that game. All right, so.
Oh, do you?
Oh man, dude. Let me tell you. When I tell you that I saved all of my notes for this chapter for like the last 2 days. Because we've had like an extended break, and I'm like, dude, I just need to play some Expedition.
Hey, sometimes you gotta.
I love it, man. All right, so Biggs is talking about needing to find his purpose in life, and he's thought about what Zach has said in the previous interlude, and he's like, you know what? I think I found mine. Don't go near Reactor 6. So Zach was like, yo, whoa, that's not what I meant. So he's going to get on the bike and he's going to go to Reactor 6. But he has a choice to make, and we'll get to that later. He's going to have a choice. Okay.
In a roundabout way, he's sticking true to what his cause always was, which was something greater than himself. You know, he is trying to do, but I think that they really set this up also with the previous Zack attack one of the previous ones where Biggs is really going through the motions about like how to process. A lot of this stems from, I think, survivor's guilt on his end. And he's got to he's pushing through, and I feel like he needs, you know, not that he's doing such a crazy mission to like join us, but like he feels that they died doing something greater. And now it's like, I need to maybe, you know, like I might need to almost do something as great, if not even greater, knowing the risk, because it, you know, it might give him some clarity and some answers. And I think
I think you're onto something with what you're not saying, because we had a conversation about this before.
Yeah.
And
of course.
If you look at the previous Zach sequence, he's looking at this picture of all his friends crossed out, and he's looking for a way to meet up with other Avalanchers. They run into Kyrie, whatever, and he's deciding to go on this mission, you know, which is a mission you don't come back from if you're going on your own, and he knows that. I think part of him is just trying to go out the same way that they did, or doing what they were, and I feel like that's it's
I know. I was trying to dance around the topic because
I'm not trying to say the word, but you guys know what I'm saying, and I feel like he is pushing that. You know what I mean? Because he knows he's not going to make it back, and Zach knows he's not going to make it back. Reading this note, Zach's like, "Man, what did I accidentally push this man to do?" But the reality is, Biggs was always going to do this. Biggs is trying to join his friends. They got to go out doing what they wanted to do, trying to make a difference. And he got saved. He doesn't know why he said all that. And he does have survivor's guilt. And I think the way he's trying to cope with it is by not surviving. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah, and like it goes back to what I was talking about with Livestream White, Livestream Black, the On the Way to a Smile, where Aerith is in the livestream trying to take these souls and help them find acceptance to dissolve into the livestream to become part of the natural flow. And when people like Biggs entered the livestream full of despair, well, Sephiroth was like, he was all over that, like, oh man, this is mine, I love that. And then turns them into the livestream Black, like they joined that. So having Zack here, which is like we talked about, being the literal embodiment of hope, he's got to go do what Aerith was doing in On the Way to a Smile. He's got to help Biggs find acceptance.
Well, I think hope is what drove Avalanche to begin with. A hope for a better planet, and a hope for to make a better and I think ironically Zack pushing Biggs to do something like this was almost inevitable, but at the same time he realized, I think, just a moment too late, like, oh dear. And now it's interesting to see how hope, like, I feel like you're playing on the idea of hope and what that means to people.
Yeah.
Because where Biggs is at mentally, his idea of hope might be different than, like a hope for something greater than yourself that goes and transcends beyond yourself. It's like, the hope isn't for me. The hope is for...
I'm getting that future memory real quick. But, like, when he gets there, man, even that is not going to work out for him. Like, even that little bit of, like, he wants to go out with, like, doing what Avalanche is doing, going out making a difference. He gets there, and guess what? It's all dried up anyway. It's there's no need to do it. So, good thing Zack was there.
That's why it's poignant Zack goes there, because the hope wasn't there when it arrived, but it arrived later with Zack. So, not that we don't need to go on to that now, because that's later.
Boy.
But
yeah, we're gonna get.
It's date time, baby.
It's date time. It's time to wake up. It's time to wake up.
Let's get out of the sad place.
Yeah, let's get on. Let's go out of the sad place and let's get busy. Like let's just freaking do things, man. All right, so we're gonna wake up. We're gonna hear a knock on the door. I don't know who they chose as their date.
Oh, we're going with their order.
I imagine it's gonna be Tifa, but like I would like to probably start. How do you guys want to do this? Do we want to start alphabetically and just kind of go from Aerith down?
Wait, alphabetically.
Like Aerith.
I don't care how we do it.
No, I'll just jump to the notes.
Yeah, I mean, I started with Aerith because I felt that was probably the candidate, and then I did Tifa, then Yuffie, then the boys, and then the boys at the end. So,
all right.
I jumped around. Honestly, there was no real rhyme or reason to the order I chose. So I just tell me who. I just gotta see who opens the door.
We'll end it with a funny one with. I was wondering if we knock out the Sid, Kate, Sith, and Vincent one right away, or do we end it with that? But all right. So we're gonna go over here. I have this all queued up, and this is the max intimacy. Wait, is this the right one? Yeah, this is it.
If this is the video, I think it is. Yeah, he does the chapter 8 one, so he's showing off alone. Skip forward.
Oh, okay. No.
Yeah. So skip to. I know the video you're on. You're gonna have to pick somebody. I feel like go to a timestamp.
Yeah. Okay. I have.
And then just jump a little further into their date.
One. So we'll queue this up. I have a different one. This one's from. Yeah, there it is. IGN has a good one. So we'll go with IGN. There we go. And they do a little intro, but then they start with Aerith. So we will also start with Aerith.
Wait, we doing Skywheel first? Or,
yeah. So what I was gonna say is I got notes for the whole date. I did the whole thing for everybody, from the knock at the door.
Same here, from the door. Yep. Door comments.
So there's a lot of little details.
Yeah. Take us away up to the Skywheel, and then I'll take us with the Skywheel.
I bet.
Yeah.
So we're doing Aerith's date.
Yeah, let's go with Aerith first.
Okay.
Oh wait, you know what we'll do? You know what we'll do?
No.
Because every date has the Loveless play. So should we just do Loveless first and then do the dates? Like, let's just get right into like Loveless breakdown, or do we save like the play itself, regardless of like date choice and all that other stuff? We just do Loveless and like break down everything that could mean for the story, and then we do the dates, or we do the dates, skip Loveless, like the whole play, skip it, and then go to the Skywheel. So that way you kind of separate that.
I don't know.
I mean,
So Wiley, you have notes on the door. You have notes on the door.
I got
as
notes
well.
on all of it.
So,
all of it.
Okay, yeah, same here. So
Let's do the door knock. Give me all the door knocks, and then we'll do Loveless play, and then we'll do Skywheel. So it's in order.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So what do we got? We doing Aerith first?
Sure.
You want to take it away, Lee, or you want me to take it away, or what you want to do? Tag team?
yeah, we can bounce off each other. I'm cool with that.
Okay.
Are you ready? Because I'm on the page too. So you
Okay,
can jump on this one.
Yeah, so Aerith, I mean, there's some basic commentary. Like Aerith says something like, did you have a good nap? And he's like, I wasn't sleeping. And she's like, you got pillow marks on your face.
Those are
But
some
that's a
pillow
common
marks.
thing. Like, yeah, there's a few characters that are all going to say that, but where it kind of diverges for Aerith a little bit, she says the Skywheel has a special for couples. And Cloud's like, couples as in... And then she's like, I'll leave that up to your imagination. It's more fun that way. And so he's kind of like, like, okay, like this is a date, right? Like,
Well, then he even goes, well, what about the others? And she says, well, forget about the others.
Yep.
Like,
Forget about
for
that.
now.
And then she
Very
grabs his
forward.
arm and pulls him out the door.
She's
Yep.
very, very forward with him on this. So,
Yep.
as opposed to, you want to jump to Tifa?
Yeah. So Tifa
almost
says
some
the same
wild-
kind of thing about the pillow comment. And then she says, Loveless is playing. I got his tickets. Cloud immediately is like, cool. He agrees immediately. And then she says, after that, we could ride the Skywheel. And he goes, right, because we missed out on that before. And she goes, not this time. Let's go. And it feels like, to me, they're already trying to make up for that lost time that they brought up in Tifa's room in the previous chapter, where it's like this is a very, very natural for both of them. There's no resistance on Cloud's part. It's like go time, basically. It's
Now-
kind of what it felt like.
I don't know if you would have the answer to this, but does she say that if you didn't have her for the Chapter 8 date? Because it's a very weird thing to say if your Chapter 8 date was, for example, Aerith. And
I don't know.
Because, like, for him to say, oh, yeah, well, we missed out on that last time. Well, if I went with Aerith, then you weren't there at all. Like,
Yeah, well, but I mean,
there's anything
you
new.
can't go on the Skywheel last time anyway, because it's like
Well, of course, I know that,
Yeah.
but what I mean is that
So,
when
I think-
you
I
have
think-
Tifa as the Chapter 8 date, you walk up to the Skywheel and then you
that's
can't go
a good
on it.
point. That's a good point. Yeah,
I don't know if
really
that's
know.
the case. I know that
Yeah, I
she
don't-
was
I don't
my
know, man.
Chapter 8 date, so I had that. But
I mean, I did all of them for Chapter 8, so I don't know. I have no idea which one I did last. in
yeah,
this
I just don't know
playthrough.
if that comment's always the same. Because if
Actually,
I had her.
I did Reds last.
Real quick,
so
y'all.
theoretically, Reds would be the one that led into this.
Yo, real quick, I think I have the solution right here in this video. All right, so what happens here, and this must be different because I had the whole pillow marks thing. Yeah, we missed that last time. I had that in the playthrough, which is assuming that you went on the date with her in Chapter 8. But this one looks like you did not, because she answers the door, or when Cloud answers the door, she says nothing about that.
Interesting.
Yeah, she goes, how are you feeling? Do you need anything? Some food, water? I'm fine. You were right. Just needed some sleep. Is this Chapter 12? This says
That's
Chapter 12.
Chapter
That's
8,
the-
right? Hold
No,
on.
no, this
That's
is
what
12.
she says in Chapter 8, though.
You-
She says that in Chapter 8 if you get her in Chapter 8.
Yeah, and then I
Oh,
guess
so
she
maybe
says it
they
here.
Just
Yeah.
They recycle the dialogue for 12, I guess,
Interesting.
if you
Yeah.
don't have her during 8.
And
That
then
would
she
make
goes,
sense.
yeah, Red's off doing his own thing, and Aerith and Yuffie are taking a spin on the Skywheel. And then she says, they're only letting couples on tonight. So here I am, the odd woman out.
Yeah, okay, this is her Chapter
Yeah,
8
they hit it
dialogue.
off quick, huh?
That
Must
is
be-
from 8.
Must be nice to make friends that easily. What, like you can't? I don't know. I act like I can. Think I always have ever since I was a kid. So there is totally different dialogue here. Anyway, you up for a little
They
exploring
recycled
with
the 8
me? I
dialogue
mean,
for her. That's
no
cool.
pressure.
Yeah.
Of course I'm up for it. So
Man asks if the dialogue's different for low versus high affection. And that
Not
could be
this
also,
part. I don't
is
think
it-
that. No, that doesn't
don't
make a
this is more
difference. I don't think on
contingent
this
on-
part.
this one definitely feels like you went on the date with somebody else in chapter 8, and
Yes.
then you maxed
I
out
think-
with Tifa.
So they for her sake,
Interesting.
because if you do get her 8 and then 12, and I imagine since, at least for me, I'm doing the hard mode replay, so the game probably recognizes I've been on a date with everybody at this point.
Yeah.
So they're like, oh yeah, like we missed that last time. It's like, dude, I missed that with everybody. But, with her, I imagine they just, it looks like they just recycle her 8 dialogue for this, because her dialogue for 12, if you had her for 8, very specifically mentions missing out on that. I don't think anybody else's date is like that. I mean, you don't even get to go on the date with Barrett, Red, and you don't even have Kate yet. So, you don't even have a chapter 8 variant with them. So, that's interesting. That's cool to know.
Yeah.
All right. So, who we going on to next? Are we rounding out the ladies with Yuffie?
Yeah, so next one I got is Yuffie. She says something like she's too excited to sleep because of their big day tomorrow, referring to the battle with the Don that's going to happen. And she said, plus, Cloud's been frowning so much, she's worried he forgot how to smile.
On the way to a smile reference? I wasn't sure. That's what it made me think of.
Hey, my
I
man
thought it was
smiles a lot. On this one, this is crazy.
I thought that it was
he's-
funny.
Mhm.
It's, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you're
What were you
good.
saying?
No, you're good. Yeah.
I thought it was funny that like she's saying like, oh, I heard about a cool play and whatnot, and he's just kind of like, oh yeah. He seems so disinterested in going out
Yeah,
with her.
that's so.
Yeah.
It's the only. It feels like it's the only person besides the best date option, of course, the Shinra boys, the ex Shinra boys. As far like he seems the second most disinterested in going on a date with Yuffie.
Yeah.
But their date is pretty cool, so I like that it doesn't go that way the whole time. But
Yeah.
for now, he's like, yeah, all right, sure.
Because Cloud's a kid, right? Like he's a teenager, so like in a way, like mentally. So you could tell he was like at the end of it, kind of having fun, like he's a teenager.
No, it was cool.
Yeah,
I
in a
can't wait to
friendly
talk about
way.
that date.
In a friendly
No,
way. It's not.
I can't wait
weird.
to talk about that date.
Yeah,
I
we're gonna
actually,
talk about that.
it's one of my personal
Don't make
favorites.
it
We'll
weird,
get
Dan.
there.
Yeah, don't make
weird.
it weird.
Don't make it weird.
Don't make it weird, y'all.
Wait, Red? Red, my boy.
All right, yeah, Red. So let me pop down to Red. So, yeah. He basically, he needs Cloud so he can get in. He's like, there's this play I want to see, but there's no way I'm getting in by myself. And Cloud's like, I got you. And it's like, as simple as that. And then they're just like,
It's
out the
very
door.
bro.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, you locked up, Lee. Yeah, he's locked up.
Oh, somebody cast stop on Lee.
Yes, straight up cast stop on him.
I think I froze.
I think
There
I
we go.
froze.
I'm back.
He's
I
back.
think.
He's back.
Okay. No, I
get
just
your
like that it's
rhythm,
very
bro.
broy. I really like the brotherly relationship they set up with Red and Cloud in this game.
Yeah.
It feels like whenever these two are paired together, they're very like I love their dynamic. They just kind of seem like two not in the same way that Barrett and Cloud do, because Barrett and Cloud is a very clear
There's an
like
insecurity there.
big brother, little brother, or
Yep.
like there's definitely this like mentory almost aspect from Barrett where he's looking out for Cloud and giving him advice. With Red though, it's just like it's like two homies, and they're just chilling a lot of time, kind of like hanging out. Just they're almost mentally they are peers. Obviously, I know Red is like 50, but mentally he's more comparable to that of like a 15-year-old, and Cloud's more comparably, mentally comparable to about a 16-year-old. So yeah, it's just watching two dudes who are like the same age.
And we also talked about how they have the exterior shell of like trying to be cool, like pretending to be not something they're not.
Which is why I think it's funny that when when Red drops this facade, he's so excitable in this chapter.
God.
And
Yeah, he is.
He's so cute. It's so funny because he's so interested in going to this play, and he's so candid with Cloud. He's like, "Yeah, I really want to go to this play, but like I can't."
Yeah.
And Cloud, no wall,
you.
no barrier. He's just like, "All right, I got you, man." Yeah. I just think it's cool. They go both. I think, are very comfortable around each other, where they don't need to put on the wall anymore. I mean, at least Cloud consciously doesn't put on the wall around him. It feels like Red is one of those people who he drops that facade around pretty frequently, actually. So I like that. I think it's cool.
Yeah. And now we got a knock from Barrett.
Knock from Barrett. Yeah,
I think he used his gun.
He probably
Sorry,
did. I love how he goes straight in on Cloud. He's like, "Did I wake baby from his nap?" Like just straight in with the bro smack talk. Yeah. He's like, "It'd be nice to see one of the plays Jesse was in. I thought you might feel the same. I know you're not busy. You want to come with." And his body language makes it seem like he's a little embarrassed to open up to Cloud. And if you notice, he's not wearing his glasses, right? So he's not being his usual hard self. Cloud's like, "Just you and me," and he's like, just think of it as one of your jobs, Merc, because Cloud's like kind of giving him a hard time about it, right? And so Cloud's like, "Fine, but it'll cost you." You know, he doesn't say 2,000 gil, but it's sort of like an unspoken joke right there. But
it'll cost you at least 3 gil.
At least
he got it. He threw it in there.
Yeah, see, there you go.
You were right. It's not funny anymore. No.
It's oversaturated. The problem is that you
have to do what is not expected.
Yeah, see, that's when it's not expected. That's it. Like I feel like we were using it whenever, like I said, somebody jumps big. Oh, he jumped at least 3 feet. Oh, something really big fell. Oh, it fell at least 3 feet.
Yo, it was hilarious to us at the time.
That's true. That's true.
We loved it.
We loved it. All right, now the bros. That's us.
That's us. We're up.
Give a wee knock on the door. And that's it. That's all I got. Go for it.
Yeah. I love it because Cloud sees all these guys, and he's looking around. He's like, "Something on fire? Like, why is everybody at my room? Like, what happened?"
That made me laugh so hard when he goes, "Something on fire?" Like, he's just. And I like that he acknowledges that this is the ex-Shinra date. Like, everybody here, like, it's kind of like funny, but also a little sad. Is that Kate says
ain't nothing weird about watching them play with the guys.
Yep. I love that.
When what does Kate say? He says something like, he went around, asked everybody because he got the play tickets. So Kate's trying to be a homie. He knows he's about to do something messed up. So he's like, let me just treat everybody to a good night. And I think it's funny that everybody else had plans except for these 4. Or besides these 3, Cloud, Sid, and Vincent. And he's like, all right. Cloud's
this is probably all the people that were asleep. He went and woke all of them
up. Had to wait. Sid and Vincent were sleeping.
Right.
Had to go wake them up.
Oh, man. Somebody can't sleep on Lee again.
Oh, yeah. Lee's hit that stop on him. Full stop. Oh,
dude, I went to sleep.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Man, both of you guys are lagging up real bad.
Man.
All right, you're back. Everybody's back.
Back, baby.
Yeah.
Came back from a nap.
So, yeah. All right.
My wings.
So that's
sorry.
Okay.
Sorry. You gotta continue. Just throw it out my
So that's all the knocks on the doors, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
That's all the knocks on the doors.
I like the attention to detail, how many there are, how different they are.
Yeah. And now we need to get on to the actual play. And this, your date does change how the play goes some. So as we go through this, just kind of let me know what's different. That sounds like a good idea. Just in this moment, this person does this or this something like that. And
okay.
For this one in particular, I think they chose Aerith, as the main. This is coming from YIC17 Studio with the footage here. Yep, they got Aerith. All right, so when we arrive, let me just get to my notes then, because we got some Loveless stuff to talk about, and then we're going to get onto the Skywheel. All right. When they arrive, they're talking about Make 'em Bloom over the intercom. Make 'em Bloom. Nice one. It's like a James Bond like name.
So I'm gonna just throw this out real quick. I thought it was really funny that this is the only time any of these motherfuckers thought to use an alias. Like, up until this point, every time somebody was like, it's funny too because we know that Dio's a cool guy and he's not gonna turn them into Shinra, right? Like, we know that he's on their side. Yeah. So the one place they wouldn't need to bother with an alias, somebody bothers with it. And it, and it's funny because I said to Jackie that, and shout out Jackie, Jackie's journal. She points out
Jackie's journal.
Oh, it's probably because she points out because Aerith was probably embarrassed. Like, this is more embarrassing. Yeah. And I'm like, yeah, I get that. But at the same time, I can't get over the fact that when Cloud was like top of like Shinra's most wanted, he was on the Shinra 8 and enlisted in a Shinra hosted card tournament under his own wanted individual name.
Cloud Strife. Cloud Leon Strife.
from Nibelheim.
From Nibelheim.
Mother's name is Claudia.
You might recognize me from Shinra's Most Wanted poster.
Meanwhile, here it's like, oh, we're in a safe space, but I don't want people to know who I am. I just thought it was weird. I understand.
If she used that for the sake of like surprising the rest of the crew, maybe.
Yeah, I think for sure. Like, she didn't want anybody to know her name was being called, just in case.
She wrote the lyrics. She was about to go out on stage in a dress, so why like bother hiding it unless the point is like for a surprise or something? That's the vibe I got, but
Oh,
I don't know.
NPC dialogue before we get into the play. So on the way to the play, I just wanted to see if the two would start talking about something on the way to play instead of taking the Mog and. Who does that? Come on, take in the splendor of the gold saucer. Let's just walk there. So I'm walking around. They don't say anything, but I did run into some NPCs and some NPCs dialogue here. This is the only freaking NPC I've ever seen rocking a samurai haircut, which is important because he's talking about Wutai and how if they had a gold saucer, there wouldn't be a war. And if they were cool with Wutai, then they could do a ninja square or something here at the Gold Saucer.
Hear this. Don't let you. He'd be all over that.
Time to sell out some more. No, I'm just kidding.
Time to sell out some more.
So yeah, I thought that was because they go back and forth with that, like, oh man, if this freaking upcoming war shuts this place down, man, this could be some hell to pay. Like they're really upset because their amusement park is going to get shut down. Not that there's going to be a war. So there's some NPC dialogue going on there. When you get closer to Loveless, this is Loveless G Edition. So the NPC says that the Loveless G Edition allows for audience participation. NPC says the ending was lost. It's a mystery that makes it a timeless classic. It's that mystery that makes it a timeless classic. But they could do without the sappy romance. So I think maybe we might be talking about Final Fantasy VII. we're like the ending of the original Final Fantasy VII, kind of leaving with that mysterious ending of not really knowing exactly what happens. And I think that is what makes it a timeless classic, is what is basically being implied here, in my opinion. And it's not far-fetched to say that Loveless is very connected to Final Fantasy VII, and we're going to dive into that too. But
I just can't get over the fact that Genesis would be all over a user interacted thing. You know that he would want to take Sephiroth and Angel here and be like, oh, you're going to be him.
Yeah.
You're going to be him.
You can put on the VR goggles, man, and we'll be in the play.
Oh, man.
In a perfect world, that's all Genesis wanted. That's all he wanted, man. He just wanted to do this play.
He just wanted him and the homies to go do the play.
Ain't nothing wrong with being in a play with your guys. You know what I mean? Ain't nothing wrong with it. Ain't nothing weird about that.
Ain't nothing weird about
that. So yeah, he wanted
make a night of it.
Yeah, make a night of it, man. Genesis is all he wanted in a perfect world, but alas, it was not meant to be. And we're going to talk about it. So let's get into it. make them bloom. She goes out there and they're like, hey, you got chosen for your song. Do you want to perform it? And Aerith was like, me? Yeah, cool. So she gets to perform the song. Now the play is going to start. Now I didn't do much. I wanted to break this down because this is interpretive dancing. This is choreography. I believe that the developers went out and got freaking professional people to do this choreography. Now it's going to start off with some gears, and it's shaping a clock, and it's we get some Gears of Time sort of vibe going on here. Now, when the end of days is come, the goddess alights from heavens above. Upon those her blessings she doth bestow. True happiness, but they shall know. So before I get into that, we're going to talk about some of this dancing. They are back-to-back, swaying forwards and backwards. Others are crawling on the floor. The goddess, played by Jessie, when she appears, take a look at peep the rainbow effect, dogs. Peep that rainbow real quick. Here it comes. Oh, I guess not with the HDR, but there it is. Some rainbow effect.
I can see it.
That's cool.
Is our
So there's
the fact that when she lands, her wings do the Sephiroth feather effect. I thought that was kind of
but they're white, so Angeal. Yeah,
I know. It's cool.
Yeah, man. So there's the rainbow effect going on here, and then so the gift of the goddess could be maybe related to that somehow. Let's keep on going. Now we get to. Upon landing, she emits another blast of rainbow effect. The dancing is now more lively, signifying happiness and perhaps maybe even worship of this goddess now that she has arrived. So before they were lost, crawling back to back, right? And now they are dancing in joy because the goddess is here. The three, so to claim her boon, the valiant three, sally forth, heroes they would be. I see red, blue, and gray. That's how I'm going to refer to them. We got here, blue kills red cape. Boom. One life cut short, another slain, naught but a prisoner doth remain. Now gray, as soon as he dies, that's him being embraced by the goddess. So when the first one died, which was Red Cape, Jessie embraces Red Cape. And then when Blue kills the Gray Cape is when Jessie embraces Gray Cape. So signifying that perhaps the goddess will meet you in the afterlife when you die. Now, unfortunately, Gray Cape has come down with some terrible sickness where he dies in agony. But this time, it looks like the goddess comes over in distress, running over to the Gray Cape. She's sad. Bereft of wings, he falls from grace, yet venerated is he in her embrace. And now he's back.
Did you mean Blue Cape? Because I'm seeing blue.
Did I say Blue Cape?
You said Gray Cape.
My bad. So, but when
I
Blue
didn't want to interrupt your
no,
cook.
you're right. So when Blue, I'm not cooking. I'm just analyzing. I'm just
simmering.
I'm letting it simmer. You guys are gonna go in the kitchen after this. So Blue Cape. Boom. Whoops. Oh, also, I kind of wanted to show when Gray Cape. I think it's Gray Cape. Maybe it happens here. Bereft of wings, he falls from grace. Yeah, I missed one with Gray Cape. Let's go back, because this is kind of similar in a way. Let's see, we got this. Maybe I'm not. One's life cut short, another slain. Not but a prisoner doth remain. All right, so bereft of wings, he falls from grace, yet venerated is he in her embrace. The goddess comes to Blue in a heartbroken way, embraces him. Blue is reborn, almost, it seems like. He dances with the goddess and even lifts the goddess up. They begin to mirror one another as their movements are now in sync with each other. Now, though the cruel world hath forsaken us all, with our hero nevertheless. Will our hero nevertheless stand tall? So we have in the light, they're dancing in tandem. In the dark, Blue is crawling on the floor almost as if he is suffering and dying. But in the light, he embraces the goddess, just as Titus does Yuna, if you guys caught that. Kind of like a Titus and Yuna hug there. So that's basically the interpretation I'm getting out of this dance. See how they're dancing in tandem, signifying that they're a kind of as one at this moment. But in the dark, look at him. He's like, oh God, I'm dying. And then she's like, oh no. And then over here, they're super happy.
Oh, dude, I got a different interpretation of
please,
that. Like,
please,
go back to when he's crawling forward and she's in the back.
Yeah,
and pay attention to her hands.
Yeah,
this is a half cook between me and Jackie when we were watching the scene, so I don't want to take all the credit because she acknowledged what Jesse was doing in this, but it almost looks like. So I caught on to the fact that it looked to me like he was almost like crying out in despair.
Yeah,
and
like I mean, he's like holding his head.
She looks like,
yeah,
but get that like a stab.
Oh shoot!
Taking the stab, and I almost wonder if that's representing the end that we're with Cloud and Aerith's story. Yep. Like it almost looks like she's taking like it's like a play's representation, an act of taking the wound, and he's crying out like that. He lost her. That was my take on it. So it's funny that you had the inverted take, like that he's the dying one and she's the one. Like if you watch the way, see if you could slow down the footage. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
So I'm going to slow it down even more.
Wait.
Yeah, he's because you can even see in that moment he was like, oh no.
Yeah, wait. I think it's the one after this.
Yeah.
They're both in the frame and the one you're talking about, right? Lee?
Yeah,
right there.
Oh snap. No, but then I don't know what she's doing there, but that I do know.
This is where plays get weird, man. Yeah. Like this is where ballet gets super interpretive in each dance, but that was my take is that she was the wounded one who was maybe transcending and he was the one grounded, taking in the emotion. That's how I saw that. Like she wounded, striked, he's crying and consumed by emotion, and then she transcends. Yeah. And he doesn't understand that. That was my take. But there's a lot of things in this where I had so many different takes about what they could mean. Like trying to piece this whole thing together as one like narrative from the start to the finish, I couldn't do that. As much as I tried to, I think there's a reason. Pockets. Okay.
There's a reason, bro. So there is some official commentary on this, and the official commentary acknowledges that there are multiple ways that you can interpret this and that it's meant to be interpreted both meta and within the story. I mean, literally. So all right, I'm just going to give you a quick little breeze through a couple of them. So you have the hero, the traveler, and the prisoner, right? Mm-hmm. Within Crisis Core, you have Sephiroth, who becomes a war hero, or Genesis, who is quote-unquote meant to save the world, because there's dialogue that points toward that. You have the Traveler could be Angeal, but you also have the Prisoner could be Genesis or Sephiroth, because Sephiroth is prisoner at the Northern Crater by the end, and Genesis is prisoner in the sea, or whatever. And you have the Gift of the Goddess could refer to the Genova cells that they've all been bestowed with, or it could refer to Zack himself, as he is basically meant to free Genesis by the end. So then you have Genesis as the prisoner, and Jill's the wanderer. Zack is the hero who saves Genesis, which is reflected in Zack's words at the end of Crisis Core, "Would you say I became a hero?" So there's so many different ways that this works. And let's not forget that there's parallels with where this is going for this game, which you already said, Lee, right? So Kate Sith at the end of this play is going to say, "All tales that begin with a chance encounter are fated to end with a tearful farewell." So it's like they are basically just doing whatever they want, but they're doing it in a way that there's so many different pieces that fit and make sense because of the way that the characters have been written. So I could see support for so many different theories. Go ahead.
No, I wanted to point this out because I feel like one large interpretation, especially by the end here, like I'm looking at a visual almost of like Cloud and Aerith, right? Like that's sort of what we're seeing here.
Mhm.
I remember the first time like viewing this on this current replay, and I mentioned before like the wings and that visual representation, kind of like them feathering out with the feather effect that we associate with Angeal, Genesis, Sephiroth. I remember seeing this on this playthrough and watching her descend as like a godly being.
Yeah.
And what does she do the moment she touches the ground? She sheds her wings. She becomes human. And who did
right.
I think of first was Genova. And you have
Yep.
three men
Mhm,
who are circling around her, whose
Right.
fate is all strongly tied to her. And you have
Gift of the
slain-
goddess, the Genova cells, right?
Mhm. So to me,
Exactly.
because when I think of Genova, we think of this like almost godlike alien being who came from the heavens, basically.
Mhm.
So comes down to the earth as a godly being, but once touches the ground, assumes a human form like the rest of them. And now their fates are all tied together with them. And then I'm looking at that interpretation, and my personal take on the hero, the wanderer, and the prisoner, looking at that context of where all their stories end. The one's life cut short, I thought of Angeal, another slain Sephiroth by the end of his story, which we don't even know if he's truly slain, but like by the end of at least Advent Children, he's gone because we know with Dirge of Cerberus he doesn't come back. And who is in Dirge of Cerberus? Genesis, the prison.
Genesis.
So
Right.
with Deep Ground. So that was my take on that with that. But again, I think it's meant to, as you said, it's meant to be super interpretive because if I recall, I haven't played Crisis Core in a long time, so I sort of had to do some research like to make sure I got this right. If I recall correctly, Genesis's first interpretation of it was that he saw himself as the hero,
Yes.
Angeal's the prisoner, Sephiroth as the wanderer. And by the end of the story, he says Zack's the prisoner, and then Zack's also the hero, and then Genesis was the prisoner, and Angeal was the wanderer.
So here's what's interesting, right? Yeah. So I'm gonna piggyback right off what you said. So if Angeal starts as the prisoner, Zack becomes the prisoner, and then Cloud is playing the prisoner, we're following the Buster Sword. Right?
I'm
We're
the
following
dude playing a dude disguised as another dude.
another dude. Exactly. About to cross the line.
That's what it just sounded like. I'm the prisoner playing the prison disguised as another prisoner.
Yeah, but real talk, like that's basically what's happening. And it's interesting that you have blue because blue starts with that's sort of Angeal's color, Zack's color, and then Cloud's color. It sort of washes darker and darker as you go. But like they are all sort of this hero archetype, and they are all a prisoner in a way. I mean, Cloud is a prisoner in his own body right now, basically, right?
And
Cloud's body's all three.
this scene right here, this is what I had in my notes. This is Red Cape. That's so Red Cape, which could signify Genesis, but like the way that this looks is very much like when Genesis is trying to reach out for Minerva and like gets pulled away from her in Crisis Core. So like like that moment right there, it just happens really briefly, but they're like holding hands and then like pulled away from each other. But yeah, so I just kind of wanted to point that out as well. Yeah, a lot of interpretations here, and it's all maybe it's cyclical, like maybe it's a cycle. It's because we can also kind of replace a lot of those hero prisoner traveler with Cloud,
You could do it with almost
Sephiroth.
everybody.
You could do it with.
Dude, I
so
was
many different
toying around with the idea of it being somehow Rufus, Sephiroth, and Cloud. I was throwing out some weird and then I was like, I gotta dial it back. But
the way that I'm gonna be honest with you, I never. And XCOM says that they did. They saw Genova, but like I never really put Genova into this. But now that you I mean, it could make sense. Could make sense with Genova, but it's funny that
I said that about Genova, but I'm gonna be so real here.
Yeah.
The first excerpt that I interpret, what is it at the beginning of the dance when they say, when the end of days is come, the goddess of alights from the heavens above, upon those her blessing she doth bestow true happiness, but they shall know.
Yeah, and then
that to me was the end of Final Fantasy VII. As weird as that sounds.
Oh,
like,
wow.
So when the end of days has come, the goddess of light from the heavens above, Aerith dies and enacts holy. So the planet, through death, she is able to protect the planet. And then what is it? The next part. She doth bestow true happiness, but they shall know. Or sorry, upon those her blessing, she doth bestow true happiness, but they shall know. At the end of the original game, when she reaches out and it's to Cloud, and then Cloud jumps up, and him and Tifa embrace, holding on to the rock side, and they're both like, "I think we understand." Like, Cloud says that he more or less thinks he understands that, like, they'll see her again. That they understand what the promised land is now, and that to me is like the blessing. So when I saw this first excerpt, I was just like, "Oh wow, that's the end of the game." But I don't even know if that's what they were trying to tell me. Like,
I think there's at least 3 main interpretations where the goddess can be Minerva, the goddess can be Genova, the goddess can be Aerith, right? We talked about.
Oh, you
all
were
the different
serious?
ways.
I thought you were making at least 3 feet joke there.
Yeah, there could be at least three interpretations.
No, not this time. No, like
Holy-
legit. I think there's just multiple parallels, and I think that they did it on purpose. Like, it seems pretty.
And thanks to Wiley for supplying this in our notes here. But this is the Crisis Core prologue. When the war of the beast brings about the world's end, you gotta say it like Genesis. You gotta be like, the goddess descends from the sky, wings of lights and dark spread afar. She guides us to bliss, her gift everlasting. Interesting. But yeah, basically. Let's keep on going into it, because I have some more notes as well. So as we get into it, because now we're going to come out of the nice cool choreography. This is of course affecting particularly Tifa and Barrett.
So I got a couple notes on that.
Though, in some way.
Yes, they do. So go ahead, Lee. Go ahead and kick it off.
We want to bang them out real quick before.
I think that's where we're at. If we want to go through it chronologically real quick.
Right. Well, chronologically, then I got to flip around. Do you have one of them ready?
I have
Yuffie
Tifa cries.
right now.
Yeah, Tifa cries. She says she's never been more beautiful, and Cloud agrees. Yeah, she's a real star. That's it. It's a really, really quick little moment.
I got the Barrett one. That one made me sad, man.
I love the Barrett one. Take it away.
So after the performance, and Barrett, you could see he's just like kind of stonewall, like choking up, and he says to Cloud, he goes, "I'm gonna need you to clap for the both of us."
Yeah, bro.
And
that
then
hit me.
Cloud takes the moment to clap, which I don't think he claps during any of the other ones. I think he's just taking it in. He claps on this one, and then Barrett turns his head to start crying.
He covers his face.
Yep. Covers his face.
Oh man.
And Cloud just is clapping for it. That one. Not to microanalyze and rank all the reactions, but that one was the one that I think stuck the most out to me.
Yeah.
Like that. Just
it's pretty close between that one and another one, but yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So
for me,
you got another one ready?
Because the Aerith one, he just looks over and she's gone. Because
that one.
Yeah, she's getting ready for something.
She's making them bloom.
Yeah, she go make them bloom.
So this one hit me in a similar way to Barrett's for a totally different reason, and this is the bros date. Sid wakes up after Jesse's performance and says, "Better keep an eye on that actress. She's going places." And it's his ignorance of her death that just hits home in such like a unique way, right?
Yeah.
Because he has no idea.
I was about to say, I think that's a really cool way to play with a character who has no former knowledge. He has no, we talked about this where, how Sid in the original game sort of gets introduced really late. Like he's pretty, he's at the halfway mark practically. And this is a good example of how you can use that because, half the characters in the party at this point don't really know who Jesse. I mean, really, it's just Tifa, Barrett, and Aerith to an extent. Like she just knows, she's familiar with who Jesse, but she didn't really know her at all. Actually, I don't think they even interacted. So, it's just the two of them who really knew her besides Cloud, and then you have people who might be aware to some extent. Like Red, I would imagine, is pretty aware of who Jesse is. Same with Aerith, but like, yeah. So this is a character who's just totally blissfully unaware, and he's just like, oh yeah, she's gonna be a star.
Yeah.
It's like, bro.
Well,
bro,
yeah, Red's response is actually kind of similar, but it's not. It doesn't hit quite as hard as Sid.
No.
So he claps with his paws and he basically comments like, "Man, that lady was beautiful."
Yeah.
Which is funny that he says that, because in chapter 6 he says that human beauty is hard for him to process.
Huh.
I guess he learned. I guess he learned how to process it. But then again,
maybe it was the dancing or the movement or something that hit him different. But
he's not what is not as freaking gelatinous or something.
Yeah.
Whatever the heck he said, I don't know.
Diaphanous is a jellyfish or whatever it was.
Diaphanous.
Okay. Gelatinous, that's funny.
Diaphanous.
I don't know if you should ever tell a girl she looks gelatinous. Like,
you should
not do that.
I'm just gonna tell you right now. That's free
unless you
advice.
talk about that booty. That booty be gelatinous.
What was it though? Yuffie was the weirdest reaction in my opinion. Did I miss something with that?
Yeah, maybe a little bit. Okay. So Yuffie's wasn't about Yuffie. So Yuffie said she was amazing, and Cloud says, "Yeah, way better than me," which feels like a reference to the Honeybee Inn.
Oh,
Yuffie has no way of knowing this, right?
Right. Okay. I figured that the Honeybee Inn. I just wasn't sure if there was some sort of exchange between Cloud and Jesse that I forgot, where they made like a comment, like if it was just another like two gil, like 2000 gil or whatever reference, where there was some inside joke that I forgot about. He's just
he's processing emotions and just sort of speaking out loud, because there's nothing to lose by saying this to Yuffie. He can't say this in front of Aerith, obviously, but Aerith's not there. But he wouldn't anyway, because she would make a big deal out of it.
Yuffie, because Yuffie in chapter 8 goes, "You got to tell me about that." Like, so
sounded like the girls have been talking when you go on the date with Yuffie. So
I just thought that was a weird response though from Cloud, just to say that. Like, not that it was bad. He's just like, way better than me. It's like, okay, like for him to compare, if he is comparing to the Honeybee Inn, it's like you're comparing it to a moment you don't even feel proud of or like. You're comparing it to like a weird, like of course you're gonna think she's better than me.
Piece of dialogue,
that was one. I don't know if maybe there was a translation thing that maybe just occurred there, but it was one of those things where I'm like, yeah, that was a weird response. And then that's it, right? Like, is there anybody that
we covered them all? We got them.
Okay, cool.
So now,
moving on.
Today's performance takes audience participation to the next level. With our revolutionary technology, you will become you will be the hero of the story. Only you can fell the Dragoon King. There you go.
The Dragoon King.
Dude, I made that joke to Jazz. Like, me? And then I think she rolled her eyes. Like, me? Gungaga?
All right, the mechanical metropolis of Guardia, built on blood, sweat, and gears. This is a reference to Chrono Trigger, with a massive clock tower and all right here, getting that clock going on. So Chrono Trigger had a city in it called Guardia. And it's obviously parallels to Shinra's Midgar. As Kate Sith describes, as an insatiable machine devoid of pity. And of course, we go back to President Shinra's speech in the remake when he's talking about how he gets what he wants at any cost. He has no pity for anything, and then still hungers for more. So when Kate Sith talks about that, he's talking about how Shinra wants the Promised Land and does not care who they hurt to find it. And that being the Falna, Aerith as examples. Neighbors on all sides fall victim to its hunger as it grows. And we're talking about Calm, Mithril Mines, the Republic of Junon, the Under Junon fishermen, and basically pretty much every place we've been to has neighbors on all sides falling victim to the hunger of Shinra. Whether that be just Shinra's greed and just power, or the fact that they are literally sucking up the lifeblood of the planet and, not allowing vegetation to grow near them and wildlife and stuff. And we're of course we're inside of one right now, the Gold Saucer, which is making a desert area around us. So the city of Guardia feels a lot like Midgar to me.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So We see Cloud, who is Alfred, a traveler in search of the goddess's blessings. Hopes to being a hero, now a prisoner and villain. So the traveler has become the prisoner and now a villain. Rosa, who is played by the person with the highest bond points, or I guess it's just the girl, right? At highest bond points, right? Because Barrett's not gonna be out here doing this.
No, I know.
Oh, shit.
It has nothing to do with the well, that's
and we're back to chapter 5. We're back to Lee's number 1.
Not expect this tonight.
Wait, you heard of future memories? Wait for the past memories.
Yeah, back. Wait till
all past memories.
Holy shit, they made that. But
aren't they all the past memories?
Nope. Ignore that. This is brand new past memories.
You heard of future memories. Wait until you hear of past memories.
Just ignore it. They never existed.
No,
up until
we're
this
making
point.
that a line. That is
no, it's okay. Anyway, so to my knowledge, it has nothing to do with the highest bond point to the girl. It is Aerith always defaults as Rosa if you're not on a date with the woman. So, like, if you're not on a date with Yuffie or Tifa, like if it's Barrett, Red, or Kate, they just insert Aerith, which thematically makes perfect sense. Like, I understand why they did that. I think that this is gonna mostly, tie into her story, so that just totally checks out.
Yeah.
But I thought that was cool because I remember doing one of the dates with the guys the first time. I'm like, who's gonna be Rosa? And I was disappointed it wasn't Red. Instead, it was Aerith.
Yeah.
But it makes sense, and I'm glad they did that because as much as like it's cool seeing Tifa or Yuffie, I think thematically it makes 1,000%.
She's even using the staff. She's the divine. She's the goddess type thing. It makes a whole lot more sense.
Sir.
So Aerith says that and this is kind of important, which also implies some things. So if you get Aerith, he says, "How did you find me?" And she says, "His woeful cries did not fail to reach her ears." Whereas Tifa will say that she sensed that she was in trouble, the will of the goddess, perhaps. So the fact that Tifa gives credit to something else, whereas Aerith says it reached her ears, the goddess.
Interesting. Yuffie's is similar to Tifa's, but hers is kind of goofy. She's like ye old princess intuition, I guess.
Ye old princess intuition.
Yeah, it's on her like fake Shakespeare. It's pretty funny.
All right, so Catherine points out that Aerith is also Rosa in the official Rebirth concerts. I believe somebody in the once again, I'm so sorry everybody. I didn't get user submitted questions, so I'm gonna put that at the end when we'll go back and we'll answer a bunch of questions. But somebody put it in there and said that Aerith was also in the credits. Like, so when you're seeing all the scenes, it was Aerith as Rosa. So I know Subtext made that video where the credit scenes that you see are really, really important as well. All right, so Rosa, how did you find me? Here we go. Yep. Okay. Now we're going to go, after this happens, we go up to an arena area, and Barrett, who is Varvados, King Varvados, is the captor of Alfred, and Garm is Red 13, who is playing the Hellhound Garm, sorry. So you confront the two.
Yeah, call him by his actual name.
Yeah. He dyed his. Well, never mind. This is a VR thing. I was like, he dyed his fur and everything. No, this is a VR.
You can make him use Garm.
Yeah. As
an unlockable
That's
outfit.
true. That's true. By the grace of the goddess, as she has set me free, and she guides his blade, you can clash with either Garm or Varvados. I mean, I don't think it really, like, storyline, this doesn't really matter who you clash.
No, in fact, dialogue. Actually, the order determines who you get to ask the weakness of in the next piece.
Yeah,
that's true.
That's the only thing. But even then, I don't know if it matters that much. Like, did you guys pick up on what these two are supposed to represent, or is this just like a fun moment? Because
I got something.
Okay, interesting. Because I only, like, obviously goddess Aerith, that checked out. Alfred the prisoner, Cloud being the prisoner made sense because, I mean, even just like comparing how by the end of the story Genesis considers Zack to be the prisoner at one point, I'm like, oh, prisoner, both of them are the prisoners. Like, that checks out to me. But this, I didn't really know what the narrative implication here was with Garmin. I tried to think of something, but I did not cook on this. So I want to hear some
Go ahead,
thoughts.
Dan. Yeah, go ahead. I'll jump in if I have something you don't have.
Okay, my I'm just gonna keep on rolling because mine kind of come in a little bit later.
Okay.
So, basically this one, Yik 17 Studio is challenging Garm, so he fights Garm. Let's see,
The Hellhound Garm.
Yeah, the Hellhound Garm, Red, played by Red. Academy Award winning Red 13. Red the Academy
Award winning. Yo, what did he win?
Best supporting pet.
Nice.
Endless or godless, the goddess must have granted the swordsman a sliver of her strength, is what Kate Sith says. If you do really well, if you don't do that great, I mean, if you do okay, it says despite his devotion to his comrades, he has yet to prove himself a hero. So what do you wish to know? You can divine some information on either Varvados or Garm, or like Varvados or Garm, depending on who you fought, or Rosa, your future with Rosa. Now, to go ahead with Rosa, Kate Sith says, what is the future but a product of choices past? Each a fork in the road. And I think this is kind of symbolic when we go back to Zack on track, traversing the worlds within the live stream, and each choice opens up a new possibility. We'll get to that in another chapter. But yeah, the future is just a product of choices past. Those memories past, man. Those past memories, they're great, crazy. They're different than future memories. Man. Yeah, man.
So to future memories.
What happens if I divine some information on Garm? Wiley.
So you get he's racked with a hunger that only what is it, like fresh meat might say it or something like that. He yearns to bring his fangs to bear, and they basically like throw him a lamb chop out there, and he starts like eating it, and he falls over, and there's hearts everywhere. It's like, so yeah.
What happens if Varvados, if you're getting information on him?
And so Varvados, his weakness, the Dragon King fears that which he lacks, none other than the truest love. And Barrett kind of like acts embarrassed, and he goes, "Be still, my aching heart." And he sort of blushes, and there's like hearts that surround him.
Dude,
wow.
John Eric Bentley killed it on this part.
That's the dude disguised as a dude playing another dude. When you hear Barrett doing Shakespeare, bro, that's a different level.
I was cracking up at his delivery, especially later with the "you kidding me?" Like he killed this part so much.
Yes. When you pick him as your true love.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me right now?
My love, you gotta be kidding me right now. Oh, dude.
That's good hilarious.
Stuff. Never. There's always got to be a moment to appreciate John Eric Bentley on the podcast. Because
always.
I feel like always a moment.
Always.
We'll find the time.
Every time.
That's a promise I can keep.
He says, when you choose Rosa, all tales begin with a chance encounter, share the same ending, a tearful farewell. It's worth noting that Chance Encounter is the name of Chapter 2 in Remake, when Cloud meets Aerith. A tearful farewell will happen soon. Sorry. But it's like, this is why Aerith feels more like this is where she belongs there. But like a chance encounter being like, that is a very choice words to say, especially when your previous game has Chapter 2 as called Chance Encounters, right? Isn't that what Chapter 2 of Remake is called? I'm pretty sure it is. I think it's called Chance Encounters. And then of course we're going to talk about that in the song itself, where it's Chance. Now, all good things must end. It is our wish that this tale stay with you long after it's over. Will you join us for a conquest of despair? So again, this goes back to where like, hey, that play is the last act of the play is missing, and hopefully this will stay with you forever. And being a conquest of despair is literally what Final Fantasy kind of is about.
I think this is a reference. I think it's a reference to Final Fantasy 7.
This could be a
1997 game.
Yeah, it could be a reference.
Yeah, bro. This could probably. I think it's a reference to the hit 1997 game by Square.
Not very many people know about that game. Not very many people.
I don't know, man. That sounds a little derivative. It's a little too long. It's a little derivative.
Man. It's crazy. To support that, here's my thoughts on Varvados. Varvados fears true love. Marriage. That's all I could hear in my head. True love. That's all I could hear. The Princess Bride, great movie. One of the best, actually. If Varvados... Yeah, I am also keeping a secret. Good stuff, man. I also know something that you do not know. If Varvados is Sephiroth, that's where I'm going with it. That I think Varvados kind of symbolizes Sephiroth because true love is unconditional, right? It goes back to what I was saying, and I'm going to kind of go back to this whole, like, cherishing something. But in this way, it kind of builds upon the idea. Where I said that to cherish something is to understand that it is temporary, right? But this play shows that love transcends the physical world, right? It follows it into the spiritual world. So death isn't the end, and they will meet again in this world. Like at the end of this, where he's like, we will meet again, for I know that, blah, blah, blah. It's like they either will meet again in this world or in the beyond, where they can melt away into the life stream together. Evermore. Be together forevermore. This is what I would consider the gift of the goddess, is the life stream, right? It's the everlasting life, or the everlasting cycle of life. That's the gift of the goddess. So whenever you saw the interpretive dancing, they die, they fall into the arms of the goddess, who has got the rainbow effect and everything to signify life stream or whatever. And then the other person fall into the arms of the goddess. So the gift of the goddess is the goddess welcoming you into the life stream. And I think that's where I'm going with that. Now, Sephiroth
Can I say real quick?
Yeah.
I like that because... So the goddess is very obviously Minerva in Crisis Core, right?
Yes.
But Minerva is directly connected to Gaia, like a protector of Gaia. So the gift of the goddess being the life stream, like that tracks. So I just want to throw that in there real quick.
Yeah, and you're right. And then like even in a developer interview talking about Crisis Core, they were talking about how Minerva seems to be acting at the will of the life stream, or is what they said, at the will of the planet. So the planet's will. And I think I read somewhere, I'll have to find the exact quote, but she acts more like a summon, is what the quote said. She's more like a summon. So it's the planet summoning this figure to act, which, I mean, yeah, there's some parallels to Aerith as well there. So like the gift of the goddess being the life stream. So Sephiroth may fear this because he rejected the gift anyway. Like when he fell into he rejected the gift. He refused. I'm going to present it anyway. He took it and he threw it on the ground. He's not a part of your system. He would rather
part of your system.
He would rather see a world.
Wild reference to me.
When I wrote the notes, I was like, oh yeah, this is gonna flow really smooth. I'm gonna just say it real smooth, and then I said he rejected the gift, and then there was a pause, and then I'm like, well, do you throw in your joke that you made in your notes? No, but yeah, you do kind of. But anyways, he would rather see a world where nothing ends forever, unbound by fate. This fate of the gift of the goddess of all living things, where he'd rather see that, right? So I feel like Varvados is Sephiroth in this play, where he's like, love is an illusion. And, Sephiroth being with Genova, the master of illusions and stuff like that. So, yeah, they have a battle, and Rosa summons Phoenix, which is the symbolic of rebirth, obviously. Now, Is this something that changes in other things, or is there a reason why you guys think Phoenix is the summon that was summoned here? I couldn't figure anything out.
Phoenix is in all of them, as far as I could tell. Everybody summons Phoenix, so it's just the rebirth theme. That's what I got from it. That's exactly my notes. Everybody summons Phoenix.
You can't buy me a hot dog, man. Hands me my phone. Says it's my dad. My dad's not a phone.
I haven't thought about Lonely Island.
Duh!
Yo, guys. Wait, okay. Yo, guys. If you're on a lonely island, you're in the Chocobo Cavalry. I'm dropping it.
Oh, no. Don't say Chocobo Cavalry. I'm not ready.
Why?
I'm not ready.
Why?
Remember I was having
solar
issues?
flare. If you got that reference, that might be the other pass. Since we weren't ready, apparently. Damn,
yeah, we're not ready for the
I'll
Chocobo
remind
Cavalry.
the password later. We'll fix it in post. It's
Fix it in post, man. He's not too busy playing Expedition 33.
How many expeditions you been on? At least 33?
At least three.
At least three.
At least three, bro.
At least 3D3.
3.
At least 3D3.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
All right. So any
no Chocobo Cavalry.
Any more thoughts? It's gonna happen. Just give me a second. All right.
You're good. I thought we were ready. My bad, homie. No. Hey, look, they almost kissed.
Where we at?
Yeah, let me see here. So if you pick Red as your true love, he gets all coy. He's like, Alfred. And then Cloud kneels and grabs his paw and acts like he's gonna smooch his little paw, and then Varvados cuts him off. And Red's like, Fiend, how dare you toy with my emotions? so it was cute, man, because it's you get this impression that like even Red is crushing on Cloud the way he responds. It was cute. little homie moment.
And
what I just want to know is when the hell did Cloud join the Kingsglaive? Because he pulls a real knot. Oh, yeah!
Yes, I was gonna say that.
Lieutenant the Centurion! And he just left.
He just
left.
Darn
oh,
it.
man, dude. All right, shout out to the Lieutenant the Centurion. I like how I have to go by the username on YouTube. So, Lieutenant the Centurion. Yeah, so if you guys want to be in the Chocobo Cavalry this week, just for next week's episode, Lonely Island, or just make a reference to any Lonely Island. So I'll be pretty. Liberal.
In fact, that's what I want. We don't want the name Lonely Island. Yeah, you got to make a reference.
It's got to be a reference because it's going to be more thought for us, and we love.
I'm thinking about it now. I'm thinking about it. I'll check my freaking for review comments.
Wait, his what was in a box?
The comment section is gonna be full of just.
If you do that one, I'll personally laugh. But I don't know if Dan's gonna like his comment section being filled with a bunch of phallic things in boxes.
Thanks, guys. Well, you don't don't put phallic things in boxes. You can write it out. I'm fine with the title of the song. I don't want the two circles and the dots and the line. I don't want that. We don't do that. All right? Not inviting that.
Put it there, bro.
Put it there, bro. Put it there.
Put it right in the box. Put it there, bro. Put that in the box. But anyways, yeah, Lonely Island reference. That's Chocobo Cavalry this week.
Forced option, bro.
Forced optional Lonely Island reference, honestly.
I love that little Final Fantasy 15 reference right there.
Oh yeah, dude, I said that before. When the hell did Cloud joins the he joins the Kingsglaive in this part? He throws it and then he catches it he zooms. Dude, I was like, holy shit, that's a cool 15 reference.
So
love that.
And all the swords falling around and stuff. It all felt very that whole combat sequence felt like I was playing Final Fantasy 15 for a second.
Yeah.
So especially when I was hitting square about
the button prompts, they turned out to be pretty easy after you get the idea that they actually appear on the side of the screen Honestly, that part was throwing me off so bad because I was like, all right, what button's next? And then I have to wait for the button to appear, and then I'm like, okay, that's the button. But then I'm like, wait a second, if it's about to show up on this side of the screen, I'm ready to press a circle and I'm ready to go, just ready to go. So that's how you get a perfect in it. You just pay attention to where it's about to show up on the screen.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So look, this person got a SS rank. Nice.
Oh yeah.
I'm sorry, just 3 guys and we're having a good time. Oh, man,
having
the
a
Lonely
good-
Island totally deep.
That's the bro dance or the bro date, right? That's the bro date. 3 guys on the sky wheel, just having a good time.
Having a good time. We're just 3 guys and we're having a
good time.
That's the whole podcast.
That is literally what we're doing every Thursday night.
We're
just 3 guys having a good time, man. We're just talking about Final Fantasy for 5 hours straight.
3 guys, 1 chat.
Oh, this is interesting. This is an interesting little parting note here. So Varvados is dead, or he's defeated, bereft of wings and broken. I consign you to the abyss. Signed, Alfred. Varvados says, "What awaits you at journey's end, I wonder? Will the goddess grant you her blessing, or will the flames of vengeance consume you?"
That meteor, though.
That's those some interesting parting words there, man. So one thing that did I miss it? I don't know if I missed it yet. I feel like I did, because Varvados says something earlier. Nope, I guess not. Oh yeah, he's about to say it. He's about to say it right now. So, will the flames of vengeance consume you? All will be revealed, O puppet of fate. So dance while you still have time. Dance until your frayed strings break, and you can dance no more. Flashback to Chapter 8, when Sephiroth gave Cloud permission to have fun at the Gold Saucer, almost quoting this, saying, Sephiroth says to Cloud, "Have your fun while you still have time." Literally what Varvados just said.
Dude, I mean, yeah, the implication, the narrative stuff, Baller, being a puppet and all that, that's cool. I just want to just take a moment to recognize the delivery. The delivery always gives me a chill every time he says it. The part with like, yes,
yeah,
dude. The dance that you can dance no more, and then fades out. That part always, without fail, gives me a chill.
Here it comes.
I wish I could hear it. I'll just force.
So dance while you still have time. Dance till your frayed strings break, and you can dance no
more. Man, come on, John.
What a good
Bentley.
voice.
Come on, man. All right, I gotta get him back on the show someday.
John is the reason this is called G Edition. It don't got nothing to do with Genesis.
Dude,
there's the dead
I swear to God, man, I've said it I think it almost every episode, if not every episode. He stole the show for me in this game, man. Everybody did a phenomenal job, but his voice performance was I can't praise it enough.
It's gonna be interesting because that's gonna be one of the awards at our Rebirth Afterbirth award show, where we talk about best performance. So,
spoiler alert.
Well, future memories. I mean,
will it be unanimous? We'll see. Tune in to find out. Tune in to find out.
Well, my own future memories. We all.
in my world,
in my world,
there was no problem. We all agreed unanimously.
Was unanimously.
Unanimously. Yeah, I'm unanimously.
That is actually a pretty cool name. That's a pretty cool name for you. Unanimously. I like
unanimously.
That. Unanimously. I don't even know. Does unanimous mean anything?
No, not really anything that is worth being called a nickname over.
Everyone agrees that you're awesome. Unanimously.
I could have been dangerously. I could have been objectively. I could have been any Lee, but no, I'm unanimously.
If you were really objective person, I would call you objectively, but you're not.
No, but I got an opinion.
But I do have an opinion.
I have an opinion.
So here's Guardia. I keep wanting calling it Garudia, but that's not right. Guardia is on fire, crumbling. Yeah, okay, you already pointed out the whole thing about puppet Cloud. Sephiroth always referring to Cloud as a puppet. All right, cool. Now, yeah, Guardia is on fire, crumbling down. Could be signifying that Midgar coming to an end there as well. The reign of Shinra. Alfred must go. For those he holds dear are waiting, but he shall return. You needn't promise that you'll wait, for I know that I'll find you here. God, is that a Final Fantasy VIII reference? That's the 1999 video game. Final Fantasy VIII.
Reference.
If you watch the intro video where it says,
I don't have the nerd glasses.
I'll be waiting here.
I'm actually.
Right. This is transcending Final Fantasy VII now. We're going into 8. Whereas Renoa says...
I thought this was...
Rinoa? I called her Renoa for a long time. I will be waiting
Rinoa?
here. I know, is it Rinoa or Rinoa? We need the remake. We need the remake.
We need to Noah.
We need to Noah. This is so good. She says, I'll be waiting here. If you come here, you'll find me. I promise. Ooh. And then you needn't promise that you'll wait, for I know that I will find you here. God, what good stuff there. So also promises to keep emphasizes this line.
Yes.
And we're about to hear it. So do we have any thoughts?
Up to this point,
I think I'm good.
all the rest of my notes are going to be on this song, and then moving forward from it, everybody's reaction to the song, stuff that happened. Well, there's a few things leading up to the song, I guess. I got notes in here. So, for example, let's see. Cloud and Tifa hold hands. Oh, that's at the end of the performance. That's my Aerith.
Yeah.
Or Yuffie. When Aerith starts to sing, Yuffie says, "And there goes my spotlight." Like right at the start of the song. And Kate Sith does something. Kate Sith pulls out the megaphone, and he's about to like yelling at Cloud, like stops him right before Aerith sings. Sid wakes up right before she starts singing, so you know Sid sees the performance. And let me see if I got anything on red. No.
I don't remember any. I think. Well, I have something actually for Red. It's cute.
His nose.
Well, yeah, he actually just he goes, "It's my nose," and it's
my
working.
nose.
I smell you. No, I actually like his maybe the most. It's very simple. Like Aerith looks to the right, and most of the time I'm assuming she's looking at Cloud during the moment. But this time, I feel like she's looking a little lower, and it's because Red's smiling at her first. They smile at each other. And it's cute because we've established that they're pretty good friends, and they're very supportive of one another. So I feel like Red kind of getting the moment there where he gets to smile at Aerith is very sweet. I hope that if everybody else, when they're on their Skywheel dates, like if Cloud's with other people that aren't Aerith or Red, I hope they're on the Skywheel together. Because everybody got a free ticket after this performance. So I hope that they went as homies. So, right. But no, yeah, they have a nice little smile exchange. It's really cute.
Nice. So. Before we get into the song, I do want to kind of throw in some developer interviews that I thought was very interesting for Loveless. So going back to Crisis Core, so this is all coming from the good people over Shinra Archaeology Department. If you're not following them, please do that. They are awesome. So that's at Shinra Arc, ARCH. So, toward the end of Crisis Core Final Fantasy VII, Zack asks Genesis if he knew from the beginning. He's referring to Genesis's plan to reenact Loveless with Zack as the prisoner and Genesis as the hero. In fact, it is Zack who becomes the hero, as referenced in his final line. And then, to prepare for the day when a crisis would threaten the world, Genesis voluntarily sealed himself in a water prison. This is reflected in Genesis' version of Loveless's final act. and it shows the true meaning of the secret ending in Dirge of Cerberus. Crisis Core Final Fantasy VII producer Hideki Mizumi says that Genesis questions what the contents of Loveless's story's non-existent ending could mean for himself and the others. It gradually becomes clear that the epic is related to the fate of the soldiers. That's his interpretation. Crisis Core Final Fantasy VII's devs say that one flies away, one is captured, and one becomes the hero. From Loveless is based on the interpretation that Angeal flies away, Genesis became the prisoner, and Zack became the hero. So there you go, like direct from the developer there. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth mocap floor director Yoshiyuki Oko says that he is most looking forward to having players see the dance performances during Loveless. The team enlisted a professional choreographer and dancers, and he thinks that they were able to come up with something spectacular. Ultimately, Genesis' desire to be a hero causes him to forsake Shinra and seal himself inside a watery prison, that he might personally bring Loveless to its conclusion. And then what exactly was the gift of the goddess he found, and what significance does it hold? So there's the part 3, like kind of like Final Fantasy VII Part 3. For those who agree, I don't know, but I do believe that Genesis will show up, and I think it will be the Genesis from the end of Dirge of Cerberus. I think we're going to get Genesis. This is the crisis. The world-ending crisis is Sephiroth remaking the timeline and then awakening because the planet was like, yo, we need you, and we're going to send Genesis back. So that was some interesting notes that I had to put out. Point out, not put out. Not yet. Not until the Sky Wheel. Hold.
Not until the Sky Wheel.
Not until the Sky Wheel. Come on. Nobu Uematsu. Translation by Shinra Arc. Once again, this is about no promises to keep. So let's just set that up before we dive in. For me, Aerith gave this impression of being somewhat doomed and fragile, as conveyed by the song Aerith's theme. I understood from the get-go that this song, too, would tie in with Aerith. And you'll notice the sorrowful melody from Aerith's theme doesn't feature in it. That's because I wanted to express the opposite, the strong will hidden within Aerith's heart. As I listened over and over to the track after recording had finished, Aerith, who till now had been the denizen of a fantasy world, began to seem more and more like a living, breathing human being. Lauren Allred's sometimes fragile, sometimes intensely powerful singing must have breathed reality into Aerith's character. It's been a long time since I've written a ballad I can call my own, and it gives me great pleasure to have done so again. Thank you, Aerith. Got some more. Nojima says that Aerith comes up with the lyrics for No Promises to Keep in the Gold Saucer, so he tried to inhabit her while writing them. The song is about meeting someone for the first time, but he didn't want the lyrics to be about a specific individual like Cloud or Zack. He aimed for a more universal emotional message. Thanks to the destiny she bears as a descendant of the ancients, she's overcome much hardship. She wants to live her life away from such a cruel fate, full of purely coincidental encounters with the people she loves. And then, I don't know, Lauren Allred says that I wanted to get to know Aerith well, so I wanted to depict her relationship with Cloud. So for me, to channel her fragile and pure personality, I needed to change certain elements of my natural voice or vocals to match up with her character. Let's see. I don't want to. Let's see. Do I have to go into too much of that? Nope. All right. Cool. I think that kind of gives us a good baseline of what we're about to get into, right? Like, just kind of wanted to set the stage, so to speak.
Oh yeah.
Pun intended.
Did you,
on that one.
You know that Nomura was the one who apparently chose Lauren Allred?
Really?
Yeah. apparently it was Nomura who picked, and if I believe this is, like I've read about this because I'll get into this in a second, but I read about this a while ago, and it was him who heard her because I forgot what was she. It was America's Got Talent or Britain's Got Talent. It was one of the two that she was. She is American, so I think it was America's Got Talent. But anyway, heard her. She was, her voice was what he imagined, and he showed her to Uematsu, and he said that's the voice. Didn't know who she was, but said that's the voice. And he was so sold on her that, if I recall from the article I read, he basically said, like, yeah, I was sold on her before we even contacted her to see if she would want the gig. So I think that's pretty cool. And what I was going to say before is I got to see this song live, which to my knowledge, it has only been played in front of a live audience at the Game Awards and the Rebirth concert World Tour only in New York, which I'm from New York. So I got the privilege of seeing her.
Oh, that's amazing.
So what I heard what I understood was that for every other stop on that tour, they played the instrumental version of the song, which makes sense. And for those of you, who might not be familiar with Distant Worlds, they do these live orchestras, and they have the screen playing all like the footage from the game and whatnot. For this performance specifically, they actually removed the screen. They like turned it off or pulled it up.
Nice.
And they let her be the spotlight.
Yeah.
And it was definitely a beautiful, like one of the like highlights of, and I've seen Distant Worlds 2 or 3 times, and I've seen the Rebirth Orchestra. This is like one of the highlight moments, seeing that song performed live. It was beautiful. She did a phenomenal job. I just remember like being so fixated on like her performing, and really just, so seeing it in the game, it was the same way, but then seeing it in person was just like almost like living the experience. I'm sitting on a balcony, similar like Dio or Madame M, and I'm just watching her from the balcony.
Right.
One of the coolest experiences in Final Fantasy Final Fantasy related I've ever had was getting the privilege to see Lauren Allred perform this song. So I just wanted to tell you guys about that because it was, again, it's just a really cool moment.
That's really cool, dude. And I speaking of like watching it from the balcony, I broke the camera, and I took the camera and I put it. Of course you did. I put it out there on the balcony. I just watched the performance. It was kind of cool, actually.
Oh, so you got to be like me?
Yeah, I got to watch Aerith perform from the audience.
That's really cool.
It was like every now and then, whenever she would look over to off to the side, she would disappear. But during the performance, it was really cool to kind of just sit down and watch it static, like rather than all these cool camera angles. It was kind of cool. I liked it. So, all right, let's get into the song, because I'm gonna kind of like, hey, stop me if you have something to say as well. All right, so walking city streets with worn cobblestones, listening to people rushing past to rhythms all their own. So for me, this is Aerith speaking of how everyone has had a life and a history, and the city streets also have a history, and she does not. You know what I mean? She does not have that life. Life passing me by, not knowing how the years have flown until I met you. Now, I know that I just read the developer interview where this is not about a particular person, so this could literally be about Cloud or Zack or whatever, but she met somebody that changed her life, right? So we got remakes opening in Chapter 2. This is very symbolic of the whole, like, walking city streets, worn cobblestones, people rushing by. That's literally the opening of the game where it starts to zoom out. And then in Chapter 2 is when Cloud meets Aerith. That's kind of where I was, but I guess in a certain kind of way, I guess Zack also meets her. Does he meet her on the streets? Or
hold up. I'm going to have something big to say about this. I'm really surprised.
Go for it.
That the commentary was it could be about anybody. A little bit further down, we haven't hit it yet, but
yeah,
you can show me.
Okay.
In the lyrics, she says, "Till the day we meet again."
Yeah.
On our street, I want to believe. And what street did Cloud and Aerith meet on?
The street, yeah.
Loveless.
Yep.
Loveless.
Loveless.
The name of the play. Like, stop playing. This ain't about Zach. This is about Cloud. This ain't about anybody. This is about Cloud. Like, it could be about anybody, but that line right there, in my opinion, is explicit.
I agree.
I'm just gonna throw that in there.
Yeah, I feel like that was Nojima just trying to like soften some controversies and stuff, but like I don't think it really is that controversial if you're just it's fine to say it.
Why would it be? Yeah.
I mean,
why would it
meeting
be?
Cloud did bring in a bunch of people into her life, and then literally this is kind of where her life would truly begin. Like if you think about her life before this, like she's saying in the song, it's like, you know, the years have flown. Everybody's got rhythms of all their own. Like the city's got history. Everybody's got history. But her life would truly begin at this moment when she would meet Cloud. Where, I mean, I guess you could say that about Zach as well. But like when you meet Cloud, you meet Tifa, you meet all of these people that are going to change her life completely. And now she says something pretty interesting here. She says, "I won't say that it was fate." And then, of course, we see a callback to Sid sleeping from the OG, where Sid says that he falls asleep during this act, right? So it's kind of like the OG. He's talking about Loveless, and he says, "Oh, I always fall asleep at this part," and then like, yeah, here he is falling asleep. So it's kind of callback. I won't say that it was destiny, but if not, what could it be that drew you towards me? So Aerith questioning the idea that she has a predestined path. That even if the future has been written, it can be changed. For what is the future but a result of past choices made? But she says, could it be chance? You know? So like a chance encounter, of course, being Chapter 2, Final Fantasy VII Remake. And we talked about, like all good things, this will end in a tearful farewell. And she knows this? It really seems like she knows this in the way that she's writing this song. But it also could just be aware, or she could be that she's just aware of her own death. Like everybody dies. She's aware that everybody's going to die. She's aware of the cycle, or she's aware of her, like, what's about to happen. But yeah, the fact that she's questioning somebody who has seen the future, and maybe those memories have gone away. Maybe she still knows something's going to happen. She's questioning destiny, questioning fate, and saying maybe it's chance. You know, maybe this is just by chance that we met. All right. No, Catherine.
Keep cooking. Keep going.
Sorry.
Keep going.
I'm sorry, Catherine. I did not have a Mako do today. And if I had a Mako do, I would sing. But I didn't. So maybe last week or the other week when I said no promises to keep, maybe you shouldn't have held me to a promise. Okay? There was no promises to keep. All right? I'm not singing tonight. I'm not singing tonight. Maybe during the Afterbirth award shows, you know? Maybe. Let me just maybe let me dangle that carrot in front of you. A little carrot. I don't like the way I'm saying that, but I'm gonna dangle this carrot. You like that?
Don't dangle no carrots. You
don't want my carrot? You don't want my carrot dangled?
Oh, she forgived you.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, okay, cool. All right, that was easy. Hey, cool, man.
No carrots.
All right, cool.
Wow.
Never mind. I'll take my carrot back. I don't. You don't need my carrot anymore.
That being said, I will be personally, as a panelist, be disappointed if you're not in the red dress on the.
It's a white dress, please. A pure white dress.
Oh, my bad. Why did I say red?
I don't know.
Oop.
Oh,
it's on screen right now.
If you don't have like in a certain,
it's on screen right now. I don't know why I said that.
In a certain scenario,
you were looking at the red over here. That's
yeah.
You got distracted.
Yeah,
I mean, you can't take your
my
eyes off of it,
fixated on
bro.
the
You
entire-
can't take the eyes off of
Dave.
it, man.
I forgive you.
Dude,
I'll see if I can
have
do
no
something.
red on me.
I'll see if I can do something special. I have an idea in mind, actually, for some sort of performance at the Afterbirth award show. So I have an idea.
Oh, yeah.
We'll see if I can make that happen. It'll be fun. So I can get back to the song. Till the day that we meet again. Where or when, I wish I could say, but believe Know that you'll find me. Promises to keep, we won't ever need. If only... Oh, wait, that's the chorus right there. So, promises to keep ties right back in to Loveless, where you needn't promise that you'll wait, for you'll know I'll find you here. So, the fact that she's writing this song with, like, Loveless in mind, too, as well, but she's writing this song saying that, all right, we don't need to make a promise because we know how this works. This is the natural cycle of life and death. Like, we're going to see each other again, and that's going to be maybe it's in the live stream. But I'm curious of where you guys are going with this, because there's a couple different ways to interpret where she's at in her headspace, where she's what she's trying to imply here. If she's trying to say that maybe we can meet again, like in the real world. Where are you guys at with this song?
I think this. So this is a thought. This ain't an opinion. All right, let me preface with that.
And then I'll have an opinion.
And then I'm going to have a fact. I only speak in facts, bro.
Oh, matter of factly.
Matter of factly.
All right, so
Warrior of facts.
All
bro.
right, so Curious just brought up something I was going to bring up here in about 5 minutes because we haven't got to it yet, but we'll get there.
Yep.
So I think that all of this is still pointing toward the hope in the same way that this whole little Zack interlude that we just had, pointing toward the hope that in the ending of this game right here, there is a chance to change something. Right? It's not pointing all the way forward. Yeah. It's just talking about right now, right here, what's coming up.
And those interludes definitely do that a lot, like where they're hinting at what's happening in the current chapter, and like hinting at like the parallels there between the interlude and the chapter that they're in.
Like I feel like this is a build up for this game. It's not pointing toward the third game. We're all waiting to see what happens to Aerith. This is her big moment in this game, aside from the other big moment in this game, right? She's literally center stage, unintended. And so she's singing about her fate in this game. She's not in the next game.
Interesting. Because I was about to say, I feel like for all the teasing and interpretation that the game allows you to kind of run away with regarding what they're going to do, like the toying that they do with whether or not she's going to survive by the end, this song to me doesn't feel like it's doing that. It actually feels like a pretty reflective piece that to me it comes off more like, I know where my story, like till the day we meet again, almost feels, because if it was toying with the idea, then I feel like that wouldn't be the word choice you would go with. Like meeting again, like yeah, of course you're gonna meet again. This is more vague, and to me that ironically,
there's a line we haven't got to, and it's I'm focused on this one line, and so let me spit it out real quick.
Yeah, spit it out, bro.
This is going to tie into that comment we just got in the chat. So no promises to keep. There's a line where Aerith says, "In the chance that you'll come, take my hand and never let me go." And in the chorus of Hollow, "Smile bright once more. This time I will never let you go." And so, I mean, those are like, that's literally Cloud and Aerith speaking to each other. And she says, "In the chance that you come, take my hand and never let me go." That doesn't seem like in the chance that you come to where a meteor is going to hit to save the Earth. It feels like, and I'm not saying that's what you're saying. I'm saying I feel like it's not pointing forward. I feel like it's pointing not as far forward. I feel like it's pointing to our biggest fear. That's what I feel like. I feel like, especially that line right there.
It's funny what Catherine just said, because that's immediately what I thought about was the ending of the original game with because they embrace or even Advent Children for that matter too. There's many moments where like it feels
Advent
like
Children is what I thought of. Yeah,
is where they touch hands in the live stream, or like not live, like half stream,
the half stream.
I don't know what you would call it. But
Half-Life stream.
Half-Life stream. Nice.
That's the next show we're doing, Wiley. We're gonna dissect Half-Life over a 14-episode podcast. No,
Oh,
but
boy.
oh boy, can't wait. No, but so, yes, I can. But anyway, I think that it's, to me, this song feels almost concrete in that it feels very tied to the story of OG. Whereas something like Hollow did feel more remake centric, and I'm not saying that like this game serves pretty much just the lyrical theme for Rebirth. This is like the theme of Rebirth, basically. In my eyes,
It is, yeah.
at least. So but it feels very in touch with its roots. And when I listened to this, it almost just felt like her confronting the unfortunate truth.
Yeah.
That it's almost like a power ballad of letting out her feelings about, like, knowing it feels like an acceptance ballad almost. Like, I've come to terms with where my story's going here.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
that's
I can
how
see
I
that, man.
interpret that.
I can really see that for sure.
Yeah. And it goes back to like Red 13 on the date saying that he's like, I don't know, what's going to happen, but I know something's going to happen to Aerith. So like she knows something's going to happen to her. And like even we got all these people saying like, try to save her. You got to save her or whatever. I wonder if Aerith also kind of feels that way, because she's even saying in the song, she's saying, fate and destiny are no guarantee. And then like she's questioning fate and destiny, like we can change this, things can change, but even if they don't change, I still be here, till the day we meet again. Where or when I wish I could say, but believe, know that you'll find me. So no matter what, know that you can find me, and we don't need to make a promise about that, because it's just what it is.
Man, so this is hitting me right now. Like, this really feels like it could also be about chapter 14, where he does meet her.
He does. At their
she's
place.
dead, quote unquote. And then they're walking and having a date again.
At their place. And then, like, even Cloud in chapter 14 with the future memories hitting hard, but, like, he says, this is our place. Like, she even says our place or whatever, but, like, yeah. So which one.
There's definitely some layers to this, man. I love that we can have totally different perspectives, and it feels like on some level it has to be multiple things.
Yeah, it's weird
because
because
the play as well.
Yeah,
yeah, for real. It's like everything you said, Lee. I'm like, I don't disagree with anything you said. 100%. I'm like, he's just spitting facts, bro.
Yeah, like my only thing is like I'm wondering if this information was already out there, but like our interpretation, and I couldn't find anything like that, but the stuff I read to you was all I could find. So I feel like our interpretations are legit. Like everybody's got a good interpretation here that's valid. And to be honest with you, I don't really know what to think about this. This is like, but I love how, like you said, we're all kind of throwing out ideas, and everything seems to be like, yeah, I can see that being the case. With this song, I think the only thing that I could argue a little bit about it's weird because it's pushing back against the person who wrote it, but I feel like this is very clearly about Cloud.
Yeah, I agree.
It's very clearly about Cloud. I mean, but I get the loose interpretation or like the loose meaning to where anybody can associate this with it. So when I heard this song in the trailer, it moved me to like tears, because like the way that this song is about meeting somebody again is just like and I took it right there off the bat, like in the trailer, as in like afterlife, like in the afterlife, in the in the live stream or wherever, heaven, whatever you believe in. But that's where I took it, like after hearing this song. I see
that too.
Yeah, and so, I mean,
100%. Like,
that's kind of where I was at with Aerith here. I think she just understands what's going to happen to her, and she's writing the song with that in mind. But also maybe there's a chance.
It's
maybe.
like
Yeah,
It's like
there's
a hope against hope
maybe there's a
piece
chance.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, like you said, this ties in directly with. I feel like this does tie in with chapter 14, where they have their moment. They do have that moment, and they do hold hands. Like you take
Yeah,
your
I was
hand.
gonna say she's literally dragging him by the hand.
Well, in that, and then also, don't forget, like after the battle with Sephiroth, they go back to back and they hold each other's like hands, and then that's when she's able to like, she goes, "All right, everybody's waiting for you." And gosh, even that what Cloud in the Loveless played, isn't that what they say? I have to go for those who are waiting on me. You know, people those I hold dear are waiting on me. So
doesn't that happen in Advent Children? They go back to back.
Yeah, very much.
I feel like this is just something they want to put all through, you know, the timeline with these characters, and that's what makes the song great. Is it really is pointing towards so many different moments at the same time.
Yeah, and that's Loveless, because everything seems to be kind of circling back to this one story, but everything's linked to it. Because I just linked Loveless again to where Cloud's in the live stream saying, and then linked it again with Advent Children, where he's like, you have to return. Everybody's waiting for you. Those you hold dear are waiting for you. And
so you just said, yes. So the return, Loveless, Genesis. You ready for this?
Yeah.
No Promises to Keep. That's the name of the song. About to play Loveless, and you just said, what was the return line? You don't have to worry about my return, paraphrase, right?
Something like that.
So, Act 5, as written by Genesis and Crisis Core, even if the morrow is barren of promises, nothing shall forestall my return. Like, all this stuff is just swoop.
Genesis will be in part 3. Like, even if the morrow is barren of promises, and then them saying no promises to keep, and then also no promises at journey's end or something like that, and it's like, oh, okay, are you saying that it's barren of promises? Is that what you're trying to tell me right now? There's a Genesis coming,
dude.
Yeah,
Proto relics are gonna lead to him.
Man.
No, I'm kidding.
All the proto relics.
Proto relics lead to Genesis.
He's actually
nice of the round.
Oh god! Oh no!
Yeah, Genemesh.
He's the Knights of the Round. Oh god. All
of them.
Yeah, he's all of them. He's every incarnation of Genesis from all of the worlds. He's the Knights of the Round. Yeah, that's it. No, I don't know what they're gonna. That's another conversation. That's a conversation for another time.
That's a part 3
Hypecast. That's right.
Veto. That's a
veto. That's right. All right. So there will be a reunion with Aerith at the end. So Karis says that my interpretation is that in part 3 there will be a reunion with Aerith at the end. Now this is something that I've theorized when it's come to like Lost, right? Like these flash sideways, and I think I made this like theory back a long time before, you know, whatever, when we saw Zack in a different world, and I'm like, oh man, this is a flash sideways. This is flash sideways. This is Lost style flash sideways. This is the purgatory thing where everybody will eventually meet up in this purgatory and then walk.
The flash Zack.
It's the flash sideways. The flash Zack. Oh god, it's a flash Zack. That's a new name for it. The flash Zacks.
Oh man, because that's what it is, right? We don't know what direction.
Oh my
it's
god,
not back or forward.
I'm calling it that from now on. We got every bullet point's gonna be flash Zack. But yeah, where it's like maybe there's a reunion at the end where they hold hands and they dissolve into the live stream together, which it sounds super cheesy, but it does signify that even Aerith is able to dissolve into the live stream now. Like everybody can just, the natural flow of life is back, and everybody gets a kind of a happier ending, and yet they'll be together evermore in the spiritual world. I don't know. All right, so let's go. Yeah, I feel like that's no promises to keep, right?
Promises to keep.
That's I think we.
Yeah.
As they got their reactions, like all the crew's reactions to the midpoint. If there's nothing more to say about the song itself.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, this little sequence here with the 3 Avalanche homies is pretty important too, I feel.
This Cloud catching the pedal.
Well, that happens at the end, but he does. Okay, so this is for Aerith's. That's it. He only does this during the Aerith part.
Yeah.
Like if his date partner is Aerith, he catches the pedal.
Yes, he catches the pedal and then he like kind of brings it to his chest. And this is this just looks like the same animation of the black feather falling in Cloud's hand, and then he grips it and then like disintegrates type thing. But this, he grips it and it doesn't disintegrate, and he puts it towards his heart. Aw, how sweet. And Aerith sees that, gives a little smile.
A swell guy.
Yeah. So if you do this as Aerith, like I guess this is probably max intimacy or just Aerith.
The intimacy only matters on the Sky Wheel. It extends the scene slightly, to my knowledge.
I'm pretty sure that if you don't have Aerith at max intimacy, I'm pretty sure that she performs this with her red outfit on. She's not even in white. Because that's what the thumbnail came from. I did this as just like I jumped a chapter select and just went with it off of a save from Nexus mods, because I just was like going like I got to get to the next one. So this person may not have had max intimacy with Aerith or max bond or whatever.
I thought that the max
Aerith,
intimacy. I mean, maybe
I
Aerith
had
is
it
unique
for everybody.
Really?
I didn't see a red dress. Yeah.
That's where the thumbnail comes from. The thumbnail. Wait, no. I was on the date with Tifa in that one, and then Aerith was in her red jacket normal outfit. She wasn't in the white dress. I can bring that up once we start talking. I'll bring up the video. I'm pretty sure Steam.
Are we having a
recording.
Mandela effect moment? I don't remember there ever being a possibility for her to be in a red dress.
Yo, you're gonna make me bring this up.
I'm missing the details.
You might need to
I'm not
bring it
calling
up.
you out. I'm saying I didn't know about
I
it.
might call him out. I don't. No, I'm kidding.
I don't have anything
this.
at stake, so I don't. If it is, it is.
Yep.
It's not something I knew about.
To my knowledge, the intimacy only matters for the Skywheel date, and it pretty much the dates play out normal, like they play out the same, but the end of the dates get extended slightly with a more like sweet moment to tack on. So like, not to jump ahead, but like the Tifa one, for example, if it's not intimate, it's just the hug. But then if it's intimate, they also kiss. Like it's like that type of thing where the intimate relationship like adds onto the scene with an even sweeter moment. I think the Yuffie one, for example, is Cloud getting his shit rocked even more. Like like they just play the scene. I don't know. The only one I don't know, or if it has any bearing, is the Kate Sith one, because there is no. You can't have an intimate relationship with Kate. I think it's the same date regardless.
I have it right here.
Barrett already had the intimate moment in chapter 9.
Yeah, well, like
I don't know what was that. I'm not even paying attention.
I don't know, man. I feel like we're having a Mandela. Like you had a red dress.
I have it right here. I have the video. Yeah. Is anybody? So Karis is saying she's always in the white dress, y'all. Unless my game is broken, I did download the Nexus mod. Wait a second.
Did you put mods on there?
Did you put mods on it?
I didn't download that mod.
Dude, this is no. This is like the time when we did the camera break episode, and then Dan and you had Aaron's hair down, and you were like, "Yeah, I downloaded that mod." Like,
I downloaded that mod.
Wait a minute.
But I don't have any mods on her. She's just in her normal outfit, so there's no mod. But maybe I'll double check. Maybe I have like the Aerith 4K mod or something, and it messed with it. I mean, once again, this is on my computer, so like I have mods installed.
I don't think that there's ever a possibility. Like in the vanilla game, it's
there it
always.
Is. So.
Oh, ain't no way. For real?
Yeah, no, dude. I'm sorry, dude. I think it's always the white dress.
It might be a mod. I'll double check. I'll double check. But this is me breaking the camera and just trying to find a cool thumbnail picture. but
I thought you like photoshopped the thumbnail for this episode. I'm gonna be so.
See, there's
like I'm being punked right now.
She's singing it right now.
I think this is a mod.
I think Dan's punking us.
I'm punking right now, man. I don't know. This is her in the. I mean, here you go. Look,
I need you to break the camera and zoom around to see Barrett, and if I see at least 3 feet, I'm gonna know what mod you used.
Dude, it's yeah.
It's like a little tripod.
Wait, first of all,
Like
Wait,
a baby's arm holding the
Like
knuckle.
a baby, so I'm holding an apple.
oh, never mind. Okay.
No, I don't have that one. But see, I was like, yo, this is a cool thumbnail right there. Boom. But anyways, yeah, she's definitely in her red dress. I'll check to see if there's a mod that I have on.
I think it's a mod. I think it's a mod, dude. I don't think yeah, I'm getting confirmation in chat that what I said about the date's intimate factor is it just applies to the Sky Wheel, how the Sky Wheel date ends.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll double check on my mod list here.
I thought you were gonna drop like dude, you had to put in the Konami code to get Aerith in her default outfit.
Right.
So usually for the mod list, it would, if it's an Aerith, I don't have anything Aerith related as a mod.
It slipped in.
Something.
No.
Wow. I'm about to try to look this up.
I got nothing. Yeah, I was gonna say I got no Aerith mods going on.
Hey,
right
to everybody
now.
in chat backing me up, I just want to say thanks. It's really hard getting standing.
You know what it is?
The host.
It's the freaking no more yellow paint. I put that in there, and that's just threw everything off.
Broke the game.
Threw everything off there.
Dude, I haven't had a good yellow paint. Is there any more yellow paint in the game? Does the Temple of the Ancients indulge in that? I don't think so.
Yeah, I got nothing here, bro. Like nothing,
Yeah.
no mods. But it's whatever. I'll figure it out. Not sure what's going on there.
So, anyway, during the section here, while you're figuring this out, Yuffie tries to dance her way into.
Yeah, she does.
Yeah,
Another
like
performance.
who we talked about? So Aerith, Leaf falls, he grabs, brings to heart. That's cool.
Right,
Yuffie, she tries to dance, and she's like, and she almost spins out to the center stage, but Cloud grabs her and pulls her close.
Yep. She's also singing and pantomiming Aerith and all that with a pretend
thought that was
microphone.
fun. Isn't
Yeah.
Kate crying?
Let me see what notes I got. I don't remember that.
I'm just going by memory because
Kate cries. Like giant tears come out.
Yeah, it's like comically large, like almost like anime style, like big
Sid
tears.
cries too. And
Sid
Vincent
cries?
gives the slightest little smile.
Dude, what's funny? I couldn't tell if he smiled or not, and in my notes, I specifically was quoted saying, Kate's crying, Sid's crying, Vincent's vincenting.
Vincent's vincenting. Vincenting.
Can confirm that is what I was doing.
As the man himself. What was it? Who else? Tifa and Cloud hold hands. That was cute.
Yes. Yep.
Made me smile.
Yep. Like
Dude,
that.
the red one really was also cute and made me smile also with the two of them just Cloud stooping down to his level and putting the arm around him and just giving him the you know that he's scratch right there type thing. He was just feeling the moment, two bros. And then Barrett's also
Red
made me
got all
laugh.
misty-eyed too. Red got super misty-eyed to the song. Barrett's was funny. They start rocking. He grabs him.
Well, at first he's Barrett's kind of teared up a bit, and then he slaps Cloud because he's not displaying emotion. And he looks at me, he's like, the hell's wrong with you? And then he grabs him and they start doing their little rock sway. So I think it's is that everybody? I think, dude, it's like the Seven Dwarves. I feel like there's always one of them. Whenever we're talking about.
Nah, we hit it all. Aerith, Tifa, Yuffie, Red, Barrett, Sith. We hit it all.
Yeah.
Not ragging all these, but I think the Tifa and Red ones are the ones I was like, this is cute. It made me happy, made me smile.
We're just about ready to get into.
Just
about ready to get into the dates.
Can we take a wee break?
That's wait, I thought you were Vincent. You were supposed to say
nature calls.
Nature calls. Nature calls. Yeah, you go do that thing.
Wait. Dude, the whispers interrupted for a second. What happened and what did he say? Did he turn into Sid?
Yeah, he said, "Can we take a wee break?" Take a wee break.
Yeah.
And then
He's Kate.
He's supposed to be Vincent where he goes, "Nature calls." And then walks away, but he didn't do it.
Why not both?
Yeah, why not both?
I'll be back.
So we are going to dive into, once Wiley gets back, we're going to dive into the dates, the Skywheel stuff. As you can see now, I'm breaking the camera. This is my process of trying to find a cool thumbnail because I wanted to get a good. Yeah, I like to find a cool thumbnail for these videos that maybe you haven't seen before, like an angle you haven't seen before. Because usually you can
not to be that guy, but I don't think anybody's seen this shot before.
Nobody's ever seen the red outfit, man. Hey, listen, my mods list doesn't have any Aerith stuff on it, so that'd
be really funny if the mod
weird.
Was included in a different mod and nobody said anything.
Yeah, I mean, I have the gold saucer mod that turns it gold. Isn't that wonderful? Isn't that what a concept? You know what I mean? What a concept. Yeah. So in the open world, it's gold, and I'm like, man, it just looks so much better.
Dude, that's so funny though. I straight up thought that you photoshopped that. I was like, that's a pretty cool inspired thing, like her default outfit, but like in front of the performance. Now I come to realize what happened here. That's cool.
Right. Yeah, I have no idea.
That is strange.
I love breaking this camera, man. It's so fun.
Dude,
I'm also going to bring up
camera breaks.
While we are waiting for Wiley, do you guys have any questions? Yeah, let me know. If you max out all options, questions, intimacy, unlock something. Yeah, we talked about that. We're actually going to talk about that a lot with the Sky Wheel and what the max intimacy does unlock for you. Override. Yeah, no mod that overrides the white dress. All right, so I'm going to bring up some of these questions that you guys had submitted in the survey. So did you play... Oh, well, we're not going to talk about gameplay stuff. This is basically a story analysis for this one. Next week, we are going to do the Chapter 12 gameplay, pretty much, and story analysis. But that's going to be our review, and then it's going to be our great re-rank. All right, so... There has been some rankings on our ranking list that maybe we're not too happy with. Maybe we're like, listen, if I could change it, I would. And I'm like, well, why wouldn't you? Why can't you? Right? And as the host, I'm like, I want you to look at your rankings and say, like that. I stand by that list. I'm proud of that list. That is where I stand. And if you can't do that, then that's not cool. So I'm going to allow the panelists to do one great re-ranking, and then we're locked in for chapters 13 and 14, and then there's no changing it after that. There's no changing it. So
if you're not proud of it after that, you're just screwed.
You're screwed because there's only 2 more chapters to add to the list. So you better get it right. All right, I mean, get it right. So by the end, we'll have our chapters locked in. We'll add in chapters 13 and 14 to our locked list, our great re-rank, and that's going to happen next week, next Thursday. And we're going to be looking at the rest of Chapter 12. We're going to be looking at the naming rights. We're going to be looking at what's after that? All the remaining side quests.
Naming rights,
all of the remaining side quests. So buckle up. We got some side quests to talk about, and then we're going to be doing our great re-rank. So that's next week. Let us defy our past rankings together. I love that, Mr. Bigglesworth. That is great, actually.
It's just funny, man. You get locked in on something, and then you realize when you have no wiggle room, the more you tack onto it, things just don't add up anymore. You're like, damn, some things just make no sense to me. So I'm excited for the great re-rank.
The great re-rank next week. So get ready. We'll reveal our new official rankings and all that other stuff. So that'll be next week. Now Wiley's back, so we're going to take a look at the Sky Wheel dates. So let's get right to it. All right, now we can kind of go person by person for this one, and then we'll do after we take a look at the Sky Wheel ranks, dates. We will try and answer some of your questions from the survey. All right, here we go. Sky Wheel date starting with Aerith. So one thing I noticed about this one with Aerith, she is kind of pulling Cloud along, kind of like encouraging Cloud to do these things, and that doesn't really happen too much on the other dates. But Aerith has always been like that, where Aerith, she's like initiating everything, like sit next to me, come with me, let's go. So that's one thing I noticed about that one. Now, as we are on the sky wheel here, there's going to be like the spaceships, the holograms and stuff, and Cloud is going to instinctively protect Aerith from this hologram that is about to crash in. So he spins the wheel real quick, and that freaking pulls Aerith to fall onto Cloud, and they share a brief moment of closeness here. I thought this was...
him spinning the wheel is sort of has notes of his responsibility for saving her, right?
Oh yeah,
because this is the only one where he spins it. Every other date is somebody else.
That's true. Yeah, yep,
So,
that is true.
Almost.
I just want
he spins it for Barrett.
Oh wait,
does he spin it for Barrett? Oh yeah, okay. Well, yeah, because Barrett's getting ready to shoot at it.
Yeah,
about that. Forgot about that.
That has notes of, man, you are taking this way too serious.
All right, bro, you went too far.
So he pulled like Aerith. I love that moment they have where they're super close together, and then like nobody pulls away super quick. So this is a mutual type thing.
Yo, when their mouths are close, like when they're close together, Cloud opens his mouth. Her mouth's already open, and I was like, "Yo, what just happened right there?
What?" And they kind of just stand there.
And then she like puts her hands up, and then they back off, and I was like, "Okay, like awkward, but also adorable."
Yes.
Nah, it's a very cute moment.
Yep. And they so they sit down next to each other, and then now we have this moment. And in both the Aerith and Tifa scene, Cloud asks about, "Hey, did you talk about Zack yet, or has Tifa talked about Zack?"
Yeah.
I think he already asked that, and this was already done. Maybe. No, I guess it wasn't.
Is it?
Nope, it wasn't done.
No, they're talking about it right now.
Yeah, they're talking about it right now, but he hasn't said Zack yet. But so she says...
Well, he doesn't say Zack, does he? I thought he just said, "Has Tifa talked to you?"
Oh.
Like, I don't think he says... Like, we know it's about Zack, but I know with Tifa, he specifically says, "Have you talked to Aerith yet?"
Yeah, you're right. But she says exactly what she says in the original game, almost. Very, very similar to the OG here, where she says that you reminded me a lot of him. The way you walked, the way you carried yourself. And in the original game, it was like, at first, you looked like him. You talked, the way you gestured. And then she says something very similar in the OG. And then she says, basically the same thing from the OG as well. "I'm looking for you." In the game, in Rebirth, what does she say? "I'm searching for you." Or "I want to find you." But
the real you, yeah. It's like, I want to find you, the real you.
Yeah, in the OG, "I'm searching for you. I want to meet you." And then Cloud says, "But I'm right here." So in in Rebirth, he says, "I'm right here." And then she says, "But I want to meet you." In the OG, and this one she says, "I'm trying so hard to find you." Anyways, I just wanted to kind of point out that these are almost mirrored, very similar date here. Until Cloud brings up the Zack stuff, and you're like, "Bro, come on, man!
Yeah,
ruining the vibe." Did Tifa
I
talk to you?
have a ton of notes on this, man. Like, there's so much like stuff going on here. So when she's like, "It wasn't your face, your clothes, it was you," she's going through that whole thing. She says, when I looked at you, I saw him, but you're not him. And so what's interesting is that what she observed is like straight up Cloud's Genova-rated body language, mannerisms, everything ripped from Zack, right? Mm-hmm. These are what drew her to him initially, because she was in love with Zack. She can't help but notice this stuff. Let's remember, she wrote like 88 letters to Zack over 4 years, never even got a reply, kept writing letters. This says a lot about how she felt, how she treats love, like about her character when she's in love. And she specifically says that it's not the way Cloud is dressed or the way he looks, but how he carries himself. And for me, it's just like that hit me right in the heart. Like, I felt so bad for her, because it's like she's seeing somebody who is not her lost love, but is making her feel everything that she felt before. Otherwise, why is she bringing all this up? Like, she's not going to tell him all of this unless it is like super heavy on her, right? Mm-hmm. You know, and in the way that Brianna delivers the lie,
it's all too much.
she's Yeah. So when she says all that, like, you're not him, and when she says, and that's okay, like the way that Brianna delivers the line, like, it was so heartbreaking to me. Like, it feels like she's torn about her feelings, and then she follows that with, because right now I want to be with you, and it feels so authentic, like she's really falling for Cloud.
Yeah.
But she's trying to work through everything else that brought her to this point, right? And she's
Not
trying
like they
to find.
broke up, but I get what you're saying. It's like kind of that, trying to like move on, but it's really hard to.
Yeah.
So
you don't even know where
she's
Zach
going
is.
through
You don't know what
emotions.
happened to Zach. What's
right,
going on
she has
with
no
Zach?
closure on really. I mean,
no
I
closure.
imagine in that ancient part of her, she knows.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Like we talked about in chapter 9. Like
I know.
I think she
It's like,
doesn't
does she
know, and that's concerning, right? Like I don't
But
know.
yeah,
But I feel
so
like there's a part of her that feels like she knows, but then I don't know. It's weird.
Well,
Like
I
it's
feel like
hard to tell.
the way that she delivers the line, I'm trying so hard to find you. It feels like she needs to know who she is, because whether she likes it or not, she already fell for him. So I feel there's sort of like a desperation in that, the way that I heard that. So like, I don't know, man. Like, all these lines were just like banger lines, the way that she delivered them, because there's so much subtlety. Like, none of them are just delivered straight. They all have like this texture to them that like made me slow it down. And it's like, I got to watch that again, and I got to watch that again. Like she's like sort of going through this little roller coaster where she dips and she dips and she dips, and she's being super vulnerable right after saying all this stuff. And I feel like she wants to know who Cloud is to validate how she already feels.
Well, it's funny you just mentioned her quote, like, I'm trying so hard to find you. We're talking about, this sort of just dawned on me, but we're talking about her, sending all those letters and wanting to know, and how she had no closure. I'm not saying that her saying that is a double up for Zach and Cloud, but what I'm getting at is that, like, I'm trying so hard to find you. She tried so hard to find Zach in the sense that one day he just up and left, like he's gone, like there's just no trace of him anymore.
Mm-hmm.
So I imagine during that time she was trying to find, and she is very limited in what she can do. She can't roam on her own. Shinra's always going to be watching over her or whatnot. So trying so hard to find somebody who is just unfindable because he's dead, he's gone. So now she's going through this situation in a very different way, where she's with somebody who's not forthcoming in who they truly are. And I feel like that's got to be conflicting for her on a number of reasons, because like, she says like, I want to be with you, but she also just said that a lot of what like drew her to him, it seems, had to do with the fact that he was so similar to
it wasn't him, right? So she's she's making peace with that. Like, it's all of that. It's like, everything. It's everything you're saying.
Now
it is. She's like, this is such a rich scene, bro.
Yeah.
Like,
it's rich because she just spent all this time trying to find somebody who I think she's trying to have finally come to terms with the fact that, like, when I was saying before, like, maybe that ancient part of her, maybe it's actually that human part of her. Because she can't rely on the ancient part for that knowledge, she's just taking it at face value. She's like, he hasn't contacted me in 4 years. When Cloud was kind of a jerk in chapter 9 and was like, yeah, he's dead, like, she was taken back by it, but I think she might recognize that he's right. Like, I think that. So now she's sitting here and it's okay. So I spent all this time trying to find somebody who I love and really wanted to be with and care about and whatnot. And she's maybe finally accepting that she has to move on to some degree. Mm-hmm. And now she's falling for somebody who was just in a lot of ways very similar to the person that she is going through this recognition phase with. Like, yeah, like I might need to let that go. And now she's with this guy. And now this guy's just like, he's a walking hot mess, man. Like, she could see that.
yeah,
like,
she knows that he's having some kind of identity issue. Like, it feels like that's why neither her nor Tifa disclosed that they talked about Zach. They both lied to him, straight up.
Yeah, they did.
Because they know he's having some kind of identity issue. And
Right.
so what she's talking about, she's trying so hard to find him. It's because she knows what she's getting is not him.
Right.
Right.
There's more than one him somehow. She wants to understand what's happening.
And what's great?
yeah.
Oh, sorry, Dan. You go.
No. I was just gonna say that this date and the Tifa date are very, very similar in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
I was just gonna throw out. This is also interesting. The context around this scene is really interesting now because Cloud remembers Zack to a certain extent. But what he also, when he first really heard about Zack, at least in this, like in recent, like the first time he really acknowledges Zack is chapter 9. Because he says like, oh, I don't know who that is. And, he goes, and like, based off what I'm hearing about him, he's dead. Then 2 chapters later, he remembers him now incorrectly to a large extent, but like a lot of what he does remember is true and accurate. So now he's sitting here with this girl and that's why he wanted Tifa and Aerith to talk, because he realized, oh crap, like her former lover is but like, it's weird that this is their first real conversation after his realization of like, not only is Zack her former lover, but also the guy that he knew.
Yeah.
And now she's looking at him and it's like, okay, so now she knows that he knows this. And this is like weird disconnect in their conversation that you can feel. It's almost palpable. Like that there's a piece of this conversation that's just looming in the air between them and they just can't come together on it. And even if they were to start talking about it, it would just probably cause more problems than good, because it's just going to add to a lot of questions and not, So like, I think by the end of this date, she accepts that, like she's just a very conflicted individual, but she takes the moment at face value and it's like, I just want to be with who you are.
Yeah. Right now,
like
she says that, like, right now I just want to be with you. Right.
Bro, I would pay to be a fly on the wall to hear a conversation where Aerith tells Cloud that they both fell through the church.
Right.
Yeah,
It's like
there's like some wild parallels with these guys.
That was the silliest. That was the silliest thing they introduced, man. I was like, come on, guys, really?
Like 1 in a million chance.
Yeah, even George Lucas is like, not everything has to rhyme. not every line has to rhyme. All right,
like, Imagine you're Aerith, right? You're Aerith, and here, you've been delivered another guy. Looks just like a, like same outfit, same sword, literally same sword, right?
Yeah.
And he has this guy's mannerisms. Bro's doing squats in front of everybody. Like, come on now.
Imagine the moment she was wondering, like, oh, I wonder how Zach's doing, and then he just falls through the damn roof. It's like, oh shit.
Oh wow!
Okay. Man, Zach is in the church at the end of Rebirth, so we could have more people could fall through.
So this
maybe
is
Sephiroth falls.
Yeah, maybe Sephiroth. He comes down with the sword. That's one of the worlds is how he kills Aerith. He just goes through the roof. That's amazing. So the max intimacy with Aerith is Cloud actually grabs her hand and holds it, and that's pretty much it, man. That she kind of smiles after that, and then he helps her off the sky wheel, which is nice. Very now he's got his gentleman likeness there, and
he's looking very gentlemanly, right?
Yeah, bro, come on. Now.
IGN was IGN did that, yo. This is IGN.
You're on a date, bro. Put the nipples away.
And then they made sure it was for the max intimacy one, but during the regular ones, he's dressed, but. It's like, all right, man. Come on, IGN. All right, and the next one is I want to talk about Tifa, honestly. Because
hold on real quick. I just want to throw this in. This is a super minor detail. After they hop off the sky wheel, she says, "Wall Market Warriors, you and me. We'll show them tomorrow." And I thought that was a great callback to the brawl that they had, Don Corneo previously. So anyway.
Yep.
I bet. Keep on going.
No, that's a good callback. Yes. And so we got Tifa. Let's go to Tifa because the reason why I want to go to Tifa is because they parallel each other quite a bit. And in the end, like, I mean, story is the story. It's still the same story, it feels like. But let's get to this. She says, "You ready for this? The gondola's here." So let's go. Tifa saves them from the spaceships in this one. So instead of Cloud instinctively protecting Aerith, Tifa is just, you've seen how much ass she can kick. You know, she's got this on her own. And then Tifa also wants to do the Chocobo race, whereas in Aerith, she was like, I'll just have to watch you, or whatever it was. Tell me about it, or you tell me, or something.
I ain't gonna be there in part 3, so I'll just watch you do it.
Yeah. I guess no foreshadowing here. I just won't be able to do it.
Too soon.
Too soon.
Tifa looks at the fireworks and she says, they're beautiful. And call back to Remake when Cloud is sitting at the bar holding the drink and looking at Tifa, and he goes, beautiful. Because when she says beautiful, he's kind of looking over at her in the background of the shot. And the way that it's framed, he's looking at Tifa, she's looking at the fireworks. When she says beautiful, then they kind of go, oh, little awkward moment there. And then we got Cloud mentioning Aerith and the Zack thing, dude. Come on, man.
Yeah,
I know he's got a lot on his mind.
Man, I get a big feeling that it feels to me like there's an implication that we're gonna get this flashback scene in part 3, because we don't get any of that in this game. Yeah. We're going to have to get more moments like this. Why are they dangling this carrot, this conversation that clearly happened? They show it from 2 perspectives. Like, I feel like this is a big, meaningful conversation. And so I'd be interested to see if they use something like this flashback, you know, to bring Aerith back into the present moment, to relevance in part 3, and show some of what Tifa knows. Because Tifa's perspective in part 3 is going to be really important for unraveling what's going on with Cloud, both for the audience that's new and has no idea, and for, you know, just literally the revelation of how he gets put back together. So makes me wonder if we're going to get to see this scene play out in part 3. I don't know. So
they're good points. And this awkward moment where they looked at each other and had a little eye contact there, locked eyes from across the room. there's your lonely island.
Dude, I just want to say, I love how naturally awkward feeling they are. Like, watching these two interact is like when you first start talking to, like, you know, when you were like, it's like, oh, you first start talking to the girl that you have a crush on, and you both know you like each other.
Yeah.
And you can't even, like, you can't line up on most things, and you're just trying to, like, talk, and it's just, like, awkward eye contact, awkward touching, awkward whatever. Like, everything's just, like, awkward, but it's very, like, cute to watch.
Yeah.
He has these moments with Aerith, too, but I feel like it happens a lot more with Tifa. Even the start of this, Aerith, like, pulls Cloud onto the thing. These two, they're like, you go for, we're gonna miss it.
Yeah.
Like, it's just...
There's
very,
a certain
clumsy.
there's a certain mannerisms that, like, Cloud has with Tifa that he doesn't have with Aerith and stuff. Yeah, there's definitely some differences there.
I mean, even the way they get on the Sky Wheel, it's like she's like after you, and he's like you first. Like, he's trying to be a gentleman. Where with Aerith, he doesn't even have time. She just yanks him right onto the Sky Wheel. It's like, so there's a lot of awkwardness, you know. Sorry,
but like, it's like awkward, but it doesn't feel. Like, I don't know how to, like, describe positive awkwardness.
It's positive. Well, it's they both have feeling. It was just a couple chapters ago when they were about to kiss in Gungaga Inn. Like,
a baby crushing going on.
Yeah.
It's like that early stage.
Mutual here.
Like, just what? Yeah, it's the crushing stage.
This is mutual crushing going on here.
That just never ends.
Perpetual. But it might just end right here. It might change things up a little bit. So Cloud, of course, brings up Aerith and Zack, and then she lies to him just as Aerith lied to him, to try to protect his identity thing that he's got going on. Like with Wiley talked about, Tifa and Aerith are being very careful with how they approach this, which some people might see this as being like, oh man, this is not cool. I don't like that they're lying to Cloud, but honestly, they're doing this for his own good. Like, they want to They're being very, very careful with Cloud's fragile mind right now.
Yes.
Dude, that's Tifa's like whole character arc at like the end of the game is that, and I know some people have critiqued that, but like I always understood where she was coming from. Like, how do you? Large part of it comes from the fact that you're dealing with somebody who she can't trust his memory because it doesn't line up with her memory. So now she's got to go, well, okay, well, what is it that I can concretely remember, and what may I personally be misremember? You know what I mean? Like, it's just there's too many factors, and he's very clearly unwell in a lot of ways. So like, they're, in my opinion, what they're doing is smart. It's just it is a little hard to watch both of them lie to him.
Yeah, but we
I get where they're coming from 1,000%. So,
and Cloud says she must still have feelings for Zack, and Tifa says it's a bit more complicated than that.
Right. So
multi-layered.
Yeah.
I mean, I know where I stand.
Yeah, I feel like this confirms what started as a crush because of Cloud reminding Aerith of Zack has turned into deeper feelings, and I feel like it seems to me that Aerith.
Hey, that's what my talk to text says. Yeah, Eric is mad crushing on Cloud a lot.
Yeah, and it seems like Aerith she knows the depth to which Cloud reminds her of Zack. Like, she's fighting with this, and that's why neither her nor Tifa will tell Cloud anything about this because it's directly connected to all of her feelings. Like, I feel like there's, when she says it's a little more complicated than that, but she's not willing to touch it after that. I feel like there's some stuff being said that's not said. You know what I mean?
Well, it's also complicated because of, I mean, yes, I think it's mostly regarding the Aerith feeling stuff, and Tifa knows that Aerith also has feelings for both Zack and Cloud. But I think it also just comes down to it's complicated because I don't even know, like, how, again, what I was just saying before, like, how is she she doesn't even know how she's processing this. Aerith, who has no memory of what happened in Nibelheim, of course, she wasn't there. Like, this, just not even from a romantic standpoint, this whole thing is complicated because nobody has a proper idea of what is even accurate information at this point. Like,
so this, I have maybe an unpopular opinion coming up, but but no, like, so with this being
Vito,
sorry, go ahead.
Yo, Vito, for your own sake. No. So when Cloud said, this is not the part though. This is not my unpopular opinion. When Cloud says that she must still have feelings for Zack, and she says it's more complicated than that, it just confirms to me that Tifa and Aerith have been talking about this, and like what we've been talking about for a while. And I think Tifa has an understanding that Aerith does like Cloud. I mean, they still seem to be real good friends too, so it doesn't seem to affect them that they both like Cloud. But maybe that's why she's really trying to help him find Zack. Like, oh man, you've heard anything about Zack yet? No, I'm just kidding. I mean, oh man, really? You sure you haven't heard anything? You want to write another letter? So Tifa says that they've never been this close. Even when they were kids on this journey, they've never been this close. And then she says, am I getting ahead of myself again? Yeah, again. Dude,
bruh, this is a reference to that Gongaga scene where they almost did a little smoocheroo, like, straight up.
So you think so? Because, like, that's what I'm wondering too. Because, like,
she looks at her hands. Doesn't she do that in chapter 9? Am I tripping?
I mean,
does she like look down at her hands when she's like? I feel like, I mean, I could be wrong.
Mutual. That felt very mutual in 9.
Yes.
The only reason I feel like it got interrupted was because of a bratty teen and her cat. Like, it had nothing to do with the fact that, like, she was the one getting ahead and he wasn't. Like, they felt very on par with each other. Like, that it was going to just naturally happen.
Chat.
I agree with that.
I'm calling out to chat real quick. Chat, has there been any interviews on this? Like, has the developers said anything about this moment? If you can find something, please let me know. Link it. Or just let me know where you got it from. I think it was
when they were kids. Like, and maybe because we learned a lot about their misunderstanding of each other as children. Tifa thinking Cloud was happy to be a loner and still trying to invite him out. Like Cloud thinking that like she wasn't. I think that if anything, maybe this could just be even a tie to their like early childhood crushes on themselves. Like she just thought that there was something there, and there was.
Well, okay, so here's where I'm going.
She didn't realize that, you know, like that. That's how I almost interpret that.
Here's where, like, I bring in Traces of Two Pasts, and I believe that I don't remember exactly the whole thing, but like when Cloud had invited her out to the water tower that night, she was very, very excited about that. If I remember, I don't remember it like super clearly, but I remember that she was very, very excited about it. She was looking forward to like, oh, Cloud actually asked me to, meet him. Like, she was excited about meeting Cloud. She was wondering what he was going to tell her. She was running scenarios in her head, like any, like before any kind of date, you're running scenarios in your head of what this is all about. And then when she gets up there, it's just Cloud doing the, oh, I'm going to be in Soldier and I'm leaving the town. And then she's like, oh. And I think that might be what she said. I'm getting ahead of myself again, where I thought that time you were asking me, like, so I'm kind of leaning towards that. Because, man, at that Gungaga, like, I felt like that was mutual. I felt
it felt super new. Like, I feel like the two of them, like I said, if it weren't for Bratty Teen and her cat, Yuffie and Kate, like, it was just like, if they didn't interrupt the scene from the other side of the door, I don't think that there was really anything stopping the flow of that. Whereas with what I was saying earlier about them really not understanding each other as kids, it feels like she just probably overthought the scenarios, and he, being, as Wiley once called him, a lughead, and I've always thought about you calling him that. But I think it might just be one of those cases where whether it's the water tower moment or if it's just any moment like that, you could apply it maybe to a number of moments where just they were kids and she thought that there was something
this is it, right?
Didn't amount to anything.
Tifa turned her attention back to her closet, evaluating her choices for the midnight rendezvous. It occurred to her that technically this would be the first time that she's ever snuck out of the house while her father was asleep. Not only that, she was going out to see a boy, and Cloud Strife to boot. Suddenly, it felt like one of the biggest.
Kate slipped out.
Cloud Strife to boot. Can I believe it? I can't believe it. Suddenly, it felt like one of the biggest moments of her young life had sprung upon her. Everything was unfolding so fast. She knew she was far too excited for any hope of sleep. She settled on a pale green dress, the color of young leaves. It was a piece that Emilio had once said looked especially good on her. Once Tifa had herself together, she waited, trying to calm her nerves. Near midnight, she peered out the window once more, expecting the whole village to be asleep. Instead, the windows of several homes were still lit, and worse, there was no sign of Cloud at the water tower. So basically, Tifa reluctantly flicked off the lights to her own room and headed into the hallway, closing the door before Fluffy could follow. Blah 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 blah. Tifa emerged into the night with a gasp. Stars. The sky was full of countless glittering stars. Oh, I made a whole video on this part. Like raindrops suspended in the sky, ready to come falling down at any moment. I made a whole video on that. About raindrops being suspended in the sky and how that looks exactly like the Crisis Core reunion box art. Oh ho ho ho! Go watch that one. She wondered what Cloud would say to her up at the water tower. What special feelings might he confess? And if he did venture to a step beyond friendship, how would she respond? Did she love Cloud? Did she like him more than a friend? She pressed her hand against her chest as thoughts swirled. Of course she liked him, but she felt it wasn't the kind of like that made you want to be together with a certain person forever. Anyways, she was having a lot of thoughts there.
I just had a thought. I found something. I was looking up some dialogue while you was reading that dialogue. Okay. Remember chapter 2. Their fight Was this chapter? Was this chapter
The
1?
calm, chapter 2. Oh no, it was at the very end of chapter 1 because that was the redeeming thing there. Yeah.
So they're having their little fight, and Cloud is cold towards her. So she says, "I was so glad to see you again. Maybe I shouldn't have been," suggesting she really, but maybe he doesn't feel that way. But then she also says, "I thought we could just pick up where we left off, like nothing had changed, but I guess I was wrong." And Cloud says, "Guess so." And I'm like, "Ooh, that could be the could be the line.
That might be it. That might be it. Well, I mean, again means implying that it has happened either once or more. So like,
right.
So every time that she's getting this feeling that her and Cloud can be together, she's getting ahead of herself. And here she is again feeling like she might be getting ahead of herself. So good call there too. That's a really good call. And plus, if we're keeping everything within the trilogy, like we want to make sure everything stays within that, the writing would have to match up.
Yeah.
So pulling from
I feel like they've been
would,
building on this.
Yeah.
Throughout all of Rebirth, I feel like they've been building on this relationship with their fights and their recoveries and stuff like that. But
yeah. And okay, so she says, "Never been this close." Blah, blah, blah. All right, so when she says, "Am I getting ahead of myself again?" Cloud says, "Not one bit," and pulls her in for a hug, which was interesting. I
love that.
Yeah, I love first. That. Yeah,
there's a reason I love that.
Go ahead.
I love that because, okay, I'll put this out there that like I like both romantic, both romantic partners in different ways. Like I think that there's a narrative influence that both can lean to and whatever I like. But what I like about this in context to their relationship is that when he hugs her, which also the kiss, just if it wasn't obvious enough, that's the intimate ending to it. So if you weren't intimate with her,
it's
you
not
just
the
get the hug.
ending, you know what I mean?
Right. Oh, I know what you mean. That part 3.
I got my mods, y'all. I'm just.
You mean, man? What do you?
Well, when I was kidding.
No, I was just gonna say that I like the hug a lot because I feel like right now they're both in a very complicated, muddled place. So the hug first almost solidifies this notion of I'm here for you as a friend. Like you, first foremost, friend, right?
Mm.
And I feel like that's important for their relationship because I think, at least from what speaking even from personal experience or speaking on this, like sometimes it's scary to jump into any sort of romantic situation without placing that base first, because it's like, if you can't be friends or if you can't have that type of relationship where you're connected on a non-romantic level, what the hell happened, Dan? Why are they shirtless now? What the? That's
this
how
is the intimate one.
Oh, I see now. I see what you mean.
Yeah. That's IGN. Come on, man.
But no, I think that's my take, is that the hug first solidifies the I'm here for you first and foremost as a friend. But then going into the kiss, it's like, okay, but now this is what we both want. Like this, all right, now let's pick up where chapter 9 left off, right? Like,
yeah,
let's get into it. Which, by the way, this is his only, like, as far as like a mouth kiss goes, this is the only kiss he's ever had, right? Like,
I would assume so, right? Like, this is his
that
first
we
kiss.
have a concrete visual on, or written explanation, whether it was a book. Like, this is the only one, which
dude was a loner
crazy.
All the way up until I don't know. I don't think he's ever been with anybody.
No, but what I mean is that, like, even in the original, Under the High Wind is mostly implicate. Like, it's like a lot of implication. There's no confirmation. It's all but confirmed, really. What's going on?
The original was supposed to be a little bit more.
It's definitely confirmed.
So it was.
It's confirmed. Yeah.
Okay. Because I was gonna say, like, it's still crazy that it took this long to get an actual like kiss with this dude on screen. And,
Oh, Whisper said no. Stop-a-ga. Done. You will speak no more of this. No more. Veto. Oh, there he is. Sorry, sadly. Sadly.
Sadly. No, I was just gonna say, I unfortunately had the kiss spoiled for me, but I
that
did
sucks.
pop off anyway.
Yeah.
Dude, it sucked. Wait, I just want to tell a real quick story. When I first got, a lot of people are gonna have my head on a stick for this. When I first did this chapter, so I got this spoiled for me about a day before I actually played this chapter, right? And I wasn't 1000% sure based off the spoiler I saw. Like, it was just like a snippet of the clip of them kissing. And I was like, damn. I was like, well, now I absolutely want to make sure that
now I gotta
get
have
an
max
update.
intimacy. Yeah.
Right. So I opened the door and it was red. And I was like, hold up,
Man,
what's the dog?
You forgot
doing?
you forgot how much
kiss I wanted.
You forgot how much time you spent with Red. You forgot.
So now this is where people are gonna have my head on a stick. I looked at my last save and I saw that it was about 6 hours before where I currently was. And I thought for a moment, I'm like, do I undo 6 hours worth of progress? And I did.
Oh and my god!
I'm proud of
Sometimes
it.
you gotta.
Dude, I was like, I just needed to see it. I was like, I want it to happen in my game because, like, I thought I was going to get it anyway. So yeah, that's the story of what I did to get a kiss from Tifa. I undid 6 hours worth of progress.
I got. That's funny. I got an Expedition 33 story that's similar where something was happening and then like I didn't know what I was doing with the whole point system here, and I was like no, and like how many times I gotta tell you no? I'm not trying.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, there's been a moment when it would happen again, and then I'm like,
yeah, I ain't gonna say nothing.
It didn't give me an option to say no, and I'm like, I said, I'm gonna turn on my PC. I turn it off. I'm not gonna talk next time. But there's. I wanted to make sure I got something else now. Yeah. So like I have an unpopular opinion about the date, and I don't know if this is gonna go over very well. But and it was on my first playthrough. I definitely felt like that. But felt like this. On my second playthrough of like seeing the scene again, we're analyzing it, hearing you guys talk about, especially the pull in for the hug, like, hey, we're friends, and then now something more. But I still feel like Cloud, way too slick, way too cool. That's
really
not Cloud.
Really?
So
I don't get that vibe from him at all. The only time he says one thing that's smooth is the not one bit.
Not one
Everything
bit.
else to me is awkward as hell. And then he follows up with an awkward hug.
The whole move, that move. So like so here's what I'm saying. I think when we get off the gondola, you can see, man, I don't know, I might be off base here. Tifa looks conflicted about this. Not like oh yay, oh cute, we just kissed. I feel like she wanted the kiss. I feel like that's what she wanted to happen. I think that she makes that clear when she says, or am I getting ahead of myself again? Like she wants this. But when Cloud goes not one bit, and then pulls her close to him, turns her and like gives her a kiss, it just feels like this is Cloud, like something's off for her. In a way, so I think she's happy that they did it, but I don't think it was as fulfilling as she was hoping it would be. Like, I'm thinking that this is still the matter of Cloud not being the real Cloud that she wants to be with. Like, not being the Cloud that she loves. Not like, I'm not saying that she didn't want this. I'm not saying that she doesn't love him. I'm just saying that she's seeing Cloud right now, and you're not the real Cloud. Like, I'm trying to find you, the real you, and it's like it parallels Aerith a lot. And I just think that this is going to make the Under the Highwind scene so much better, because that will be the real Cloud. That will be a Cloud that ain't that slick. Because let's remember, Tifa had to say, words aren't the only thing that we can, blah, blah, blah. But that was a Cloud doesn't have that, as the kids call it, the Riz. All right?
Yeah.
So
I
that's
don't know, man.
That's where I'm at with it.
I feel like I took this scene so differently.
Yeah.
I feel like the entire thing was super awkward. But
yeah,
in that
of
way
course.
that
it was awkward
before.
at first. I do think it was
well,
awkward.
No, I'm saying even to the end.
Yeah.
Like
it was
I
awkward
think
afterward too.
I think even in the moment where you think he has that riz where he's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna like, you know, like he says something pretty cool, but then he fumbles the moment in a way by going for the hug first. Which I explained why I like. But as far as like the actual like chemistry, like the flow of the moment, that was not the move. Like she looked ready for a kiss, and he goes and does like this like awkward embrace for a moment, then backs up, then kisses her, and then they get off here. And I agree with why she might be conflicted here, because she does want this. I think this is something she really wants pretty badly. The problem is that it's hard to be fully sold on it and be truly happy about it when, for example, you know that like when they're talking about the air thing earlier, like he's not all there, and or I'm not all there. Like everything about their past right now is very muddy, and it hasn't cleared up by this point. So I think what she's conflicted on is that she's like, man, I really am looking forward to the future, but we got to clear up the past. Like, I don't think I can continue this.
Very similar to I mean, same thought process where I think she's getting off the gondola thinking something. It's not quite right yet. It's not quite right yet. And like, I don't know. First of all, welcome Karis to the Final Fan TV party member. We got a party member that just joined up, so thank you, Karis. I really appreciate that support. Thank you. Karis says, I also think he went Zack mode for the kiss. The real Cloud wouldn't have the balls to initiate that kiss.
So this is not a theory, nor a thought, nor this is just me being.
This isn't a thought.
This isn't a theory, thought. Like I'm just speaking.
I'm a thoughtless creature.
You will see how thoughtless this is. But I'm just gonna say it. This is the dad joke part of me that just fires off. So yeah. So this is what happened. This is canon. Are you ready? This is canon, but it's not canon. This is nonsense. So what happened was when they kissed, Cloud did a little tongue flick, and Tifa was like,
"Oh, okay."
Aerith told me that's what Zack does, so she knows. She's like, it wasn't him. She's like, that was Zack's move. She's so mad. She's like, oh.
She's so mad.
But because she doesn't understand that he's being like Zack rided.
Zack rided.
Overrided.
The ultra intimate.
No. This is Zack rided.
Zack rided.
And that's,
you max out all intimacy.
I know Zack riders in the chat right now.
Get Zack rided.
The part that scares her isn't that it's like Zack. Now she's just like, so wait, did he kiss Zack? And now she's got to recontextualize everything she knows about.
I'm not telling Aerith.
So many thoughts to process, man. Like so many.
Right. We should go back to our room.
Yeah, we should probably get out of here, dude. You go to your room, I go to mine. That's what we're gonna do here.
Did I just kiss Aerith's ex and Cloud? What? Yeah.
Yeah. I just said sorry. I had to jump on the stupid bandwagon with you on that. the tongue flick thing.
So it's not a real thought, not a real theory.
Not a real thought.
I just thought it was funny as hell.
God, that's funny. Oh, Jesus.
Zack's trying to help a homie out, but now she's just like, wait, did they kiss?
Hey, bro did have free cam.
All right, let's move on.
All right.
Let's move on.
I did. They were like this close to each other. Like the free cam on this kiss. Because I was like, yo, for the thumbnail, I'm going to like free cam this around and get the other angle. People would be like, yo, I've never seen that angle before. And it wasn't very flattering. They're like, of course, game design is really hard to get mouths to connect. So like, they were just like, so,
with her eyes open?
Yeah. I think Cloud's was. Hers was close. Yeah.
Yo, Cloud is totally the type of dude to kiss with his eyes open. Let's be
real. Are just clipped through.
As a lot of the times they have that hair that goes in front of the face, so that way they can disguise it. That's why. So if you ever see kissing in video games, that's why. Otherwise, it looks really, really awkward. Like they try to animate it and it doesn't look good. Anyways, yeah, that was Tifa's date on the Sky Wheel. So now we'll move on to freaking who cares, you know? No, I'm just kidding.
Oh man, you better watch it. They're coming for you.
They're coming for me. All right, y'all. We're gonna go over to Yuffie's date. All right.
Cool.
So
this one might be one of my favorites. Just throwing that out there now.
Yeah, this
But
one's
go,
adorable,
Go.
man.
Just pop off, Dan. What's going on here?
Hey man, I'm not popping
Lay out
off.
this-
I'm just going to talk about how how Cloud was having a good time, man. Like this is, they're hanging out. They're like two teenagers in the mind, and they're just. She kind of brings Cloud out of his shell, to be honest with you, like a little bit here. Where she's spinning the freaking gondola like it's the teacups at the Disneyland. And she's just spinning this thing, and like they're getting dizzy. Oh, so cool! And like she's geeking out about everything. Cloud smiles a little bit, but Tifa is brought up in this date. She tells him that Tifa has a crush on him, and Cloud claims, she's like, don't you have feelings for her? And he goes, I don't remember. We're gonna drop that amnesia on us. Okay. So
Bro forgot.
she starts to reminisce after bro forgot. She reminisces about the moment that she met Zack. Again, Zack is being brought up in all of these dates. Zack is not all of them, but Zack's a really nice guy. And she can't fire energy blasts from her hands, but Cloud can help with that, not with feelings because he's not good with feelings. And they're like, yeah, we both aren't. And then she enjoys her time. I think I can't remember if she does the ha, and then Cloud goes,
Yeah, she does.
I think that's the intimate though one, right?
It is. It.
That's
I
the
believe
intimate.
She does it.
She gets the
I
kiss on the cheek first.
Yes, she does that, and then I think him continuing that with her is the intimate. Like,
That's the
he
intimate.
really gets into it. He just like throws himself off. Across the
IGN,
damn
I
ground.
don't think it was necessary to have shirtless Cloud here. I'm just gonna say that, like for the intimacy, intimate Yuffie one, but they did. So the little kiss on the cheek is how the regular date ends, with the kiss on the cheek. That's exactly how it ended in the original game, actually. In fact, in the original game, it was the kiss on the cheek, and then she's like, say something. Like, just say something, anything, please. That was in the original game, too. And then Cloud goes, something, in both Rebirth and in the OG. And in the OG, it's like got that far view of the gold saucer, and you hear the slap sound, like she slapped Cloud. But she didn't slap Cloud in this one. But then it goes into the intimate, and then that's when she's doing the same thing that she did to Zack, and Cloud is doing what Zack did, falling.
But it's cute how it's like the context with it now, because she even says that she was pissed at Zack. Not because he was nice, but because when she was so young when she developed this crush on Zack, that she actually thought that the lasers were hitting him. Like she says, I was pissed when I realized they weren't real.
Yeah.
And that jerk was just pretending.
I wonder when Cloud said, I can show you how to do that. I can help. I wonder if in part 3 we'll get some Yuffie. I mean, look, she's not overpowered enough. I think she's actually kind of underpowered.
Yeah, right. She's got to be the weakest part member.
Maybe she can start shooting some laser beams out of her fist. I think that would really boost her
passive ability.
People might want to actually
have to
start
hit the
playing
button.
as Yuffie. Yeah, for sure.
What was it though? I just thought it was cute, that whole thing, because I don't know. I also think it's cute that when she's going into this, she's like,
I'm not gonna lie to you. I gotta stop you right there. I forgot you had the brown glove on, dude. And you like when you were sitting there like you looking like Sid for real. Like you had the whole. It's like Sid talking about analyzing this date. It's just funny to me.
I thought it was cute.
I thought it was.
No, but I just think it was cute that she went in and like the first thing she says going into this date is like that's practice for the real thing.
Mm-hmm.
And Cloud's just like, what? Like, she's these two, their date, because the thing with Red's date is that it actually kind of goes into some heavy stuff narratively, but this one just genuinely feels like just two people, like peers, the two awkward like peers, just like having this like it's like watching a teenager with like a nervous crush. And I was talking to Jackie about this. You guys think that Yuffie has a crush on Cloud to an extent? Like they have a very sibling-esque relationship, and obviously Cloud doesn't reciprocate any feeling. But Jackie was trying to convince me that she's like, I think that she has like not like a deep crush like Tifa level or anything like that, but she's just like she thinks he's cute.
Yeah.
Reminds him a lot of Zack, kind of similar to Aerith in some way.
I wrote
Like-
a line that says the role of Zack will now be filled by the spiky blonde-haired guy wielding Zack's iconic and signature sword. So
Yeah.
I think that she has similar feelings. Like she's telling him all this because she trusts him, but at the same time she's doing all the same stuff. She's hitting him with the fake punches. You know, she's talking to him about the girl that likes him to see if she likes her. And she's doing all the stuff a kid would do if they were interested in you.
Yeah.
They're trying to figure out where you
she's
stand. Now,
probing,
this-
like she's trying to
Yeah.
like, you know,
This is not like
she's
a
taking
real-
research.
yeah,
Right.
she's a kid.
Research for a
Like
date.
this
I think
this is what a kid would do.
I think it's funny too because you know, she even says when she's talking about Tifa's crush, she goes, "I totally get it. I had a thing for a soldier guy too." Like, you always kind of get the implications, like, you know, maybe she does think Cloud's cute or something like that, and that's why she
Yeah.
panics here at the end because you tell anybody about this and I'll kill you. And
Right.
you know, she's like running off because you know it's
There's
nowhere
something
near
to
as near as deep as her like the Aerith and Tifa
No.
conflicting emotions, but it's just a cute moment of like boy, like, oh, I kissed a boy on the cheek, like, just freaking out and like, you know,
Say
like,
something.
say something, right?
Say something.
And he,
something.
you know, just something. I just think it's cool too that, you know, he says, "Oh, I'm not good with feelings," and he's right because he doesn't say anything when she's asking him to say something, but he is good with lasers, which he said earlier, and that's how they end the date with him getting shot with
She hits him
lasers.
with the
I
Shoryuken
mean-
at the end.
What's the girl that you like when you were a kid that you had a crush on? You know what I mean? It was like Shakira. You know what I mean? Let's be like, if I met Shakira like after like I was like 8 or 7, you know, like 7 when I see her, and then like wait, and then when I get older and I hadn't met her and I'm on a gondola with her, come on. It's still gonna be kind of be like, whoa, you know, crushing.
Yeah, I put here that she has the same kind of transference that Aerith is suffering from, where it's like they're seeing Cloud,
seeing Zack
through
Yeah.
Cloud. Yeah, they
So,
both try and get
come to
Zack
think
to
of
the
it, these-
future, but they
these
got them
freaking
clouded
dates,
eyes.
man. Yeah, it's hard to see with clouded eyes. Hard to see Zack with clouded eyes. Yeah. To come to think of these dates, Zack is coming. He's just Zack blocking. You know what I mean? Like we're just Zack blocking right now. All right, we go on a date with Barrett. All right, so Barrett says, "Could use some peace and quiet, couldn't you?" All right, so let me see. Where's my notes on Barrett? Actually, I'll tell you what. Take me away, Excalibro. Go ahead and summarize this one. I'm gonna take me a weepish.
A weepish. All right. So okay. So I hop on. You know, Barrett's like, "We really doing this?" Or Cloud says, "We really doing this?" And Barrett says, "Could we use some peace? Could use some peace and quiet, couldn't you?" And they hop on, and they're kind of quiet. Barrett's spinning the wheel. When the holographic ship comes at him, he aims at it with his arm, tells Cloud to get down. You know, he's like, "You trying to break it?" And he's like, "I'm just messing with you," but he's not, bro. He's not convincing anybody with that.
Yeah, he ain't messing.
He had a little moment where he freaked out. When the chocobos run through, he makes a little dad joke. Incredible. I thought that was
the
like,
incredible.
incredible.
I
don't know why he thought that was going to go over with Cloud, but
I don't know why he
That's
thought
funny.
that was gonna go over with like anybody, but I think he thought he was on a date with Marlene, like, you know, father-daughter date again. Like he just
for real.
But,
Yeah.
I remember going into this date, and I just thought it was gonna be kind of a miserable experience. Not miserable, but like he hates everything about the gold saucer. So for him to just actually kind of put down the Shinra hating gun ho nature and just enjoy the ride, like he's not. This is like one of the only times I could think about with him where he's just not ranting about Shinra. He's not ranting about Mako, and he's not ranting about anything. He's just enjoying a moment with his friend, and then he starts reflecting on his wife. You know,
Yeah, and then
it's
then
different.
he goes into the rant after that and gets on Cloud a little bit after that, right? So we'll work our way over to that. So yeah, so he builds up to talking about Myrna. He's telling him that when he was his age, he'd had enough of the mines. He wasn't interested in work. He wanted to enjoy his youth, and then he met Myrna. He knew she was the one right away, but she wasn't buying what he was selling. She was in the market for a man, not a selfish little boy, right? So if he was going to win her heart, he had to grow up, or she'd never give him the time of day. And then he says, funny enough, our first date was at a theme park, nowhere near as big as this place, just traveling fair with a handful of rides. They rode wooden chocobos and laughed their butts off. That's what he says. And so, then he tells Cloud, sorry, I'm boring you with old stories. And Cloud's like, don't worry, I'm used to it. And he smiles. So it's like, maybe half of a joke.
Mm-hmm.
But Barrett tells him, the lesson is once you find your soulmate, never let him go. So who is it? And he removes his glasses and he looks Cloud in the eye. And Cloud's like, who's what? And he's like, you know what I'm talking about? Why you always overthinking stuff? That's no way to live. You got to go for it sometimes. And Cloud's like, you mean like you do all the time? And he's like, touche, and he laughs. And he goes, you could say we balance each other out. Cloud agrees with that. And then Barrett's like, I mean it though. If you have feeling for somebody, you got to tell them straight. Don't wait till it's too late.
Yep.
And Cloud's like, right.
Bars.
And so, yeah, so like, yeah, the whole thing hits really heavy. I mean, Barrett's basically, preaching a sermon. It's not the same sermon from the Elevator and remake, but it's a good one, especially given where the game is going. So
This is also just one of those moments where I love when Rebirth does this. Just adds cool new context and stories, like makes the world feel like livelier.
Mm-hmm.
Like just when he's talking about this like moment with his wife, like how he got to get with her and that they went to a traveling fair. Now it's got me thinking, like, this is just one of those things where I feel like I get lost in my imagination of it. It's like, okay, who's running the fair? Is it Shinra? Is it
Yeah.
not Shinra? Like, like, is it some, like, old Republic, like, remnant stuff?
Dio.
Like, was it Dio before Dio was Dio? No, like, it's just, it's cool thinking about, like, just something as simple as that. Thinking about a younger Barrett, where like I always thought Bear was built like a GI Joe when you see him with his two his two hands, like GI Joe Barrett and his wife just going on a date. Like it's one of those things where Rebirth, when it does dip into moments like this and creates new lore, but it's not super in your face. It's just, hey, like, here you go, like, take this story and just imagine it for yourself, run with it. Like, they could have maybe thrown like they threw some flash, like, back-ish stuff with, like, Tifa and Aerith's conversation, like, them showing other things. You could have thrown that here, but I'm actually just glad that we're just listening to Barrett just share a story and say, hey, like, this is how I met my wife. It reminds me of this, and now I'm here with you.
Yeah.
Who do you want as a wife? Like, that's basically the conversation.
It's a great character building moment, man. Like, it expands upon what we already had in the OG, gives us something new, and like, allows them the opportunity to grow a little bit closer. And it's in lieu of getting a date with one of the ladies, one of the meaningful ones. I mean, not that the Yuffie one isn't meaningful, but obviously his love interest is going to be one of the other two. Mm-hmm. And the way that Barrett delivers this advice is like so candid and sobering for everybody that knows the ending, what's going to happen here. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, man, like, I agree 100%. Like, it's amazing.
Yeah, I really like this one too. And then, like, in the original game, this is an instance where I think Rebirth has done an amazing job. Whereas in the original game, this was a funny thing. Like, this was a joke, having Barrett in the gondola with you, and like he does say a similar thing where he's like, you should have asked one of the ladies, like, what are you doing? Like, you should have asked one of them to go, why am I here with you right now? And then he goes on a tangent about like, oh, you ain't gonna ever be with Marlene, like whoa,
yeah, what a bizarre.
That was a really odd, like, we're gonna okay,
pump the brakes. Pump the brakes.
Plus, then again,
Veto.
I also don't know I should have played the Shinra arc cut and find out what the actually more direct translation of that was, because translation could have been something different. But yeah,
And if it wasn't, then I'm still gonna ask.
yeah,
what
it's
the hell?
still like, what are we doing? But yeah, that was a moment where I was like, oh man, having this moment with Barrett here, and like this is like pure John Bentley. Like this is just like, dude, if you ever talk to John Bentley, he is like, this is him, like giving out these like great advice and like giving out like this like life advice.
John Primely.
Yeah. What? John Primely?
Yeah, just prime John Bentley. Just
John Bentley Prime.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, this. I was like, this is good stuff. I really like the Barrett scene here. And I always love when Cloud and Barrett, you get that bromance going on, man. Now they've come a long way since the remake. So let's go ahead and take a look at what was the full like max thing. That was him talking about what girl you like. Tell him. Okay, yeah. If you have somebody you love, tell him right before.
Okay, that's pretty much
that was
it.
the max intimate. And then we go over to Red 13. Red 13. Lee, take it away, man.
Boy. Oh boy, hold on. Where my note at? All right, I got you. In a sec.
Yeah.
One thing I noticed with these is that whenever this type of stuff happens, we don't do these in the same order. There's never a consensus on what date.
Maybe we should start like
sharing
a doc.
Past that point.
We got 2 more episodes left. Well,
right.
I guess we got a lot more, but
okay,
the different parts.
I'm locked in.
Okay.
So, I just want to say, yeah, like he's so excited going into this, like him going. I forgot what the exact quote he says. Like just running in. It's like something like it's starting. It's starting. He's just like running up. Like just seeing the dog get excited makes me happy. Okay, like
jumping on everything.
Look at him panting.
Wagging,
dude. I just
side of it we have not seen, right? Like this
is the most excited we've seen him.
Cloud explicitly to show all this behavior right now.
True, that's a good point. Yep.
I just say as much as I want to take it away, Wiley, do you have it more concisely broken down? Because I just have like the highlight moments. So if you want to take this on, I'm cool.
I could take it. So yeah, I mean, I think it's funny. Like, so he is super excited, and Cloud is amused by that, right? He's panting, he's jumping on everything.
Yeah.
He howls at the Chocobo holograms. He's and Cloud's like, "Hey, you're gonna drool on the seats," and he's like, "Oh, close call." And he's like, collecting all his saliva,
smacking his chops.
Yeah. I love the way that he stands on the seats and looks out the windows, man. Like it's like anybody who's got a dog that's ridden in the car with you. This is exactly that moment.
Yeah.
And anyway, there's a point where Red pauses and he turns and faces Cloud, and Cloud asks him what's up. And he goes, "Okay, this doesn't leave the ride. It might sound crazy, but back at Midgar, Aerith and I could both see the future." So once again, we have confirmation of suspicion for a remake of what we hear from Marlene.
Yeah.
They know something. And Cloud's, that would explain a lot. I guess you can't remember anymore, though. And nope, not even a bit. Whatever we had, I think the Whispers took it from us when we left. Seems Arbiters of Fate can do whatever they want. And Cloud's like, "So you told us." And he's like, "Did I? I wonder if this means we'll eventually forget they even exist." Which is an interesting line. Like, what are the implications of that for part 3 if the party somehow forgets the Whispers exist?
I don't know, but I like Cloud's response.
Like, why say that? Yeah.
I like better off if we did. Better off if they did. I feel like a lot of the fandom kind of agrees.
Yeah.
Right? Unfortunately, I have those past memories that I have to deal with.
You've heard of those before?
Yeah, they don't erase my past memories.
Well,
good tell.
I think it's interesting too that
Stop.
Yo, he got hit with Stop and Go hard, bro.
Man.
He got hit with. They said every time we talk about the Whispers, though.
That's it.
Oh!
They feel antagonized, bro.
Sadly.
All right, cool. So long as I hear sadly, I know I'm back.
Yeah.
Yes.
I could be Chadley.
Oh, Chadley.
Hey, we might
my
as well
God.
just upgrade that straight to Giga Chadley.
Giga Chadley.
Dude, I was
I
thinking
hope,
about my boy
I hope in
Chadley.
part 3 he comes back as Giga Chadley.
Giga Chadley.
Fingers crossed,
Like
bro.
Hojo's ultimate creation is Giga Chadley.
Giga Chadley.
That would make me laugh so hard if they just did that as a joke. Like they had Giga Chadley.
yeah.
But no, but anyway, I was trying to say before, it's just in that Red, or not he makes Cloud promise to keep Aerith safe, but he can't remember why or how exactly she's going to be in danger.
Right.
But he just knows enough, and I'm wondering if that's the same way that Aerith feels. That she knows
Aerith
that
said this on the beach in Costa del Sol. You get the same vibe of like she's scared something bad's gonna happen, right? Like, so yeah, to your point, I think she does. I think she knows.
Like, I think she doesn't know the extent, or she doesn't know if it's a permanent thing.
Yeah, it's
again,
more of a feeling than a knowledge.
Right. But then again, it's like I just said with promises to keep, it feels like she knows. So it's hard to tell, man, what she exactly knows. But if we're going by what he said, it just feels like she doesn't know the full extent. She only knows
Something bad is going to happen to her.
Yeah, Dan, what were you gonna say?
Yeah.
Something's going to happen to her. I think. But I like what Karis in chat says. I hate that line. My interpretation is that they'll forget about worlds and whispers and just smoothly lead right into Advent Children. Which, yeah, I mean, it could be. This could be foreshadowing that where Red was like, I wonder if we'll just forget about them altogether, and. Yeah, that would be rough one, Karis. That would be a rough one.
Wait for the even rougher revelation that the true timeline is the remake timeline, and the OG is Red retelling it after he forgot the whispers were ever there. They just like elbow drop the OG. I'm just playing.
Yeah.
Or maybe the inverse of that, Wiley, is that the remake and rebirth is just Red retroactively retelling the story because he forgot details and he's like, oh shit, I forgot that.
Where do we begin? I guess from the beginning. I honestly don't know.
And then he says something like he's like, yeah, and then I think Barrett got stabbed. Oh wait, no, that didn't happen.
That didn't happen. I don't know why I said that. Actually, that would be ridiculous. Like, why would they do that?
I like that interpretation. The whispers is just Nagi just in his old age forgetting the details, and he's just retroactively undoing the story.
That didn't happen.
Kid,
Yeah,
never mind.
I don't know why I said that. Never. Don't pay me no mind on that one.
Barrett stabbed.
Anyways, meteor crashes. We're good. Everything's fine.
And we all lived.
We all lived.
I gotta say real quick, we already went past the line, but Cloud says we'd be better off if we did, talking about forgetting the whispers, and he says there's no point wasting our time worrying about fate if we can't change it. And that's just like, it feels like a big slap.
Don't waste your time on me. You're already the voice inside my head. Come on, y'all. I don't know. He said something. He said about don't waste your time on me.
Bars.
Anyway, bars, bro. So there was singing after all.
Don't expect it for the after show.
Can't be stopped. I think it's cute that after Red makes him promise not to forget, he has to protect Aerith. That he makes him shake on it, and they do the little.
Oh, your paws are soft. Remember this? Remember the callback?
Yes.
The
tracks in the Pharrell mine. Yeah.
Yeah. Red
Where he
didn't want
refused to
anybody
let them
touching
touch
them
his
paws.
paws.
Wait, was that 4?
I think it's been an
Seven.
ongoing
Seven.
thing.
7. I said 4 by accident.
yes.
7.
Yeah. I feel like he said something about oh no, it was definitely 7. Yeah.
It was 7, and
Aerith really wanted to touch his paws, and then so Cloud was like, "Yeah, that would be cool."
Unless he said
sadly, he's back. He's stoply, motionlessly. Untimely.
He did say something earlier. Oh, I'm dead.
Yeah, untimely is what Wiley said. That was good.
I don't know what the hell's
now
up
you're
with my
lying to
internet
me.
tonight.
So
I don't know what the hell's up with my internet.
that's
tonight.
all good. The intimate one was when
I
they.
think we're almost over.
Yeah, we're almost
Yeah,
there.
we're
We're almost there.
We're
The
there.
paws are soft. Yeah, he finally gets he lets somebody touch his paws. And when you get off the gondola, man, he was fine with Cloud petting him.
Hold on a second.
Cloud petting him.
I'm sorry. When they get off the gondola, in mine, I feel like this was an editing error or something like that. But Red uses his old man voice.
Yeah, he
He's
does.
like, I'm glad we could speak in private. You know, and then he switches back. You're a good company. Thanks. It's like, why did he do that for one line?
I don't know.
Like, is that just the error, or do you guys have
No.
a theory about like that? Just slapped me in the face, and I was like, "What just happened?"
So wait, what is it that he exactly says again? I don't know if I wrote down the exact quote he says in
It's
Deep
about to come up
I'm
here. Here
glad
we
we
go.
could speak in private, Cloud.
Here he goes.
I'm glad that we could speak in private, Cloud.
I don't know how to
Why?
describe this. No, I don't know how to describe this. There's like
Right,
I'm
then he
glad
goes
we
right
could
back.
speak in private, Cloud.
Dude,
You're good company, man. I really had a good time.
I
Pat me on my
What?
behind my ears.
feel like an editing error to me. Like
I
don't
don't
know
think
what
it's
else
an
to say
editing
about that.
error. I feel like there's.
If
I
there's
wish
a deeper
I
meaning,
wish I thought
like,
harder.
I want to know. You wish you thought harder.
I wish
I
I
thought
I
hard.
wish I could wish I could think harder. I just
Let me cast haste on you, so you
Okay.
can think faster.
So as I was thinking,
Get him to stop too much.
I wish I could think harder right now. I could just
Hardly. Oh man.
dude, man, you ever think that though? Like, listen,
I just wish I could think harder.
the problem is, Wiley, I'm glad that I could talk to you anytime I want. I don't have that luxury. I'm not in front of a live studio audience. The studio.
Live studio audience. Yo, Final Fantasy TV has upgraded.
Dude, I don't know where studio
Banger.
came from, but I'm not in front of a live audience all the time. Dude, we're gonna have the studio ready for the after show.
Oh, the studio is the Chocobo Cavalry, I guess. I don't know.
Oh, talking about Calvary.
Hit the button.
Hit the button. Hit the
button.
button, man.
Hit the button.
There they go.
No,
Oh
but
my
I-
god.
The problem is that I don't
Yeah.
have a live audience in front of me and all. So hey, let's go charge.
Yeah.
Anyway, so I don't have an audience in front of me at all times. So when I will cook the thought, because I know what I'm trying to think,
Yeah.
it's just not gonna be.
What
I'm
you're
gonna-
trying to think, not what you're trying to say, but you know what you're trying to think.
Yes. And
Wish
so
I could
when I
think
have the
harder.
moment when it comes to mind, I will text you.
I'm writing that down, bro. I'm never gonna forget that one.
No, I wish I could think harder.
I wish I could think harder. And I will quote you on that.
Does nobody else have a moment like that? Is that just me? You guys don't think you never thought
I
that
don't have an
before?
opinion, just thoughts. So I guess I don't wish.
That's-
Yeah. like-
That's how I do all of my analysis. I watch every clip from. Think. That's why I do most of my analysis when I'm on the back. I'm just taking a
I
dump.
don't know,
Just
man.
Winnie
I
the
just-
Pooh. Just think. Like, man. Ooh.
I don't know, man. So
Alright,
the point
okay.
of it is that he did it because he thought it was cool. Okay, sure. That's it.
Glad we
That's
could
your
speak
reason.
in
Glad we
private
could
cloud.
speak in private cloud. Yeah.
You're good company.
Yeah.
Bro, I don't know. I ain't buying that. I don't know if you're selling it, but I ain't buying it.
Dude, I have nothing. I have no merch. I haven't made anything.
No merch. Nope. This store is getting closed. There ain't nothing left for that.
Bigglesworth says you can tell it's getting
wish
late.
I
Don't
wish I-
don't worry, I already had some thoughts in my head there, Bigglesworth. I was like, yo, Blink
Yeah.
182's version of No Promises to Keep is about to happen. It's about to come out of my mouth. I was about to
All
sing
right.
it.
All right.
Oh, okay,
Boys
yeah,
Day.
let's get Vito,
Dude,
Vito,
Bravo, gang.
Yeah, it's getting
So-
late. I need.
Vito.
I think I need a cigarette.
Sid's got it.
Yeah. So Sid comes out. Bravo, gang. Oh, you're gonna lead the way. You're gonna be the tip of the spear,
All
there,
right,
Sid.
so-
Oh, just ate
Anyway,
a cigarette. You
Glad
okay?
glad I got that out of the way. Let's get back to our date.
I got
That's more
that.
nicotine than you're supposed to have.
I didn't steal that joke from Community. I don't know what the hell you're.
What is that? Oh yeah, we still have to
Only
get to the
community
boys'
I
day.
know is the one we're building.
Sorry, everybody in the chat. We're not trying to hold you hostage. You're not hostages. You're collateral friendships.
collateral friendships.
Forced optional friendships.
All right, here we go.
Because I'm seeing the what the fucks in the it was a candy cigarette guy. It was a candy. Look,
all right, let's go. Let's go.
A whole pack of them.
Oh my god!
Yo,
You can't buy them individually.
Just for that one moment,
good.
just for that one bit, just that one beef bought the entire 20 pack.
This was the smallest quantity of candy cigarette packs I could find. So,
All right, here we are. We're finally here.
Yes.
We're at the.
All right.
Nope, I can't get it. Hold on. Nope.
We're finally here.
We're finally here. We're at this boys' date. It's not working. Here we go. All right, the boys are here.
make it work, damn it.
Make it work. All right.
All I have to do is grunt for this segment, I think.
Right, yeah, you just grunt.
Go take a nap.
Literally have 2 bullet points.
Really?
Yeah, Kate's having a good time trying to get the others to have fun. Vincent's sleeping.
I don't have much more than that, but I
That's
have a
it.
little more than that.
Okay, hit me with it. We're about to cook.
So right before they hop on, Sid asks, anyone know why Aerith was singing? Which is just interesting. I mean, no, nobody does know, except Aerith. And anybody who found that optional dialogue before the show started. But, let's see.
When
Yeah,
he says that makes me laugh, though. That was good. Anybody know why Aerith was singing? The way he delivers that just made me laugh. He makes me laugh a lot. More than I thought he would.
I can't wait for part 3.
I can't wait either. I like that this gave me a glimpse into what I'm hoping we'll see more of, which is grumpy Sid, like him just not in the mood to be there, just kind of to himself, complaining about things. So, but I don't know, man. I feel like what did I write on this? I like that he was excited to go on the Sky Wheel, and then it kind of just does not live up to any sort of expectation. I mean,
bro's not excited by fireworks, holograms, none of it.
Yeah,
none of
Kate
it.
Sith is really taking it in. Kate Sith's really taking it in.
He's got to be going like over 60 miles per hour to be excited.
I guess, but I mean, like an hour ago, he was talking about how he'd love to be in a space battle, and then he's got the holographic space battle, and he's like, eh. Well, no, that's not true. He's not like, eh. This is the one part where he gets engaged.
Yeah.
Because Kate's like, evasive action. He's like, hard to port.
Yeah.
And dodges the hologram. And then that's pretty much all he cared about right there.
Yeah, a little bit of fun.
A little bit.
A little bit of fun.
A little bit.
Taking in the
He does say leave the flying to me at the beginning of the date, which definitely gives me those part 3 vibes. Like, because we know he's going to be doing the flying in part 3.
Yeah.
I mean, the notes I got are the dudes ignored the fireworks, and Kate gets irritated that they're not looking, and he calls them skunners and barbarians, which I thought was funny.
The hell is you? Yo, we skunners!
Barbarians, the law, yeah.
Barbarians, the lawyer!
Here, you drop this.
Cloud tells him to zip it. He's just like, zip it.
Well, why are you taking his side? Like, I was laughing so hard with this part. Jackie said, she's like, I feel bad for Kate. And it makes me wonder. So, Cloud, in any other date scenario, besides this one, I like to think that this scenario is just going to play out with or without Cloud being there. Like everybody else, Kate says that he went to everybody's room at the start of the night when he knocks on the door. He went to everybody's room, and these were the 3 who had nothing going on. So if somebody had something going on with Cloud, right? Like if it was Barrett, Tifa, whoever. Mm-hmm. And Kate just gets these 2, because I'm assuming everybody else would have found some company. This bandage is pissing me off. Good day. So anyway, I'm all healed.
I said good day.
But anyway, so I said good day. But no, so I just like to think that he had an even more miserable time with just Kate or just Sid and Vincent.
Yeah.
Because at least with Cloud there, he maybe had some hope, and then it was just Vincent sleeping.
Oh my god, that's funny.
Fucking just I'm trying to imagine more interactions with these guys later. I'm just
really looking forward to part 3 there, man. But yeah, that was that. That's the dates, man. So
That's about it.
Yeah, and then we're gonna pick up next time when we are going to get into naming rights. We're gonna go into every remaining side quest. And
It's a big one.
oh my god, dude, I don't know, man. Can you imagine if we tried to do all of this entire chapter in one? We're 4 hours and 19 minutes.
No.
Just on the
Veto.
dates. Veto? I don't think we
Suddenly
would have
I
gotten
to go to
that.
the bathroom again.
Yeah. I don't think we would have gotten that really, really deep, meaningful discussion that we had just a few minutes ago. If we would have had to condense this down, I mean, we would have lose that. That's the entertainment you would have been losing. So you're probably really happy that we went all 4 hours. But there you go, guys. So once again, oh wait, you know what? Oh no. I got some questions that we can, because there are some questions about, like, the next week that we can talk about. Let's see. Yep, that one's for next week. How did you get that next week? Everybody, who did you get for your date on the first go round? I think Lee already explained that he had Red 13, and then he had to go back 6 hours of progress to make sure he gets Tifa. What about you? What was your first? Who was your first?
Tifa was my first.
Oh, that's great.
Oh, it must be nice.
Yeah, sorry, it was not doggy style.
Oh, because of Red 13. Yeah, I get the joke. I had to...
little Red Rocket League.
Oh,
Maybe Tifa was just out of years, bro.
If I had to veto one joke off
Veto.
this podcast series, it's definitely Red Rocket League.
Veto.
I hate Red Rocket League.
Hey, man,
Oh no, I know
Hey.
yours, Dan. You said in a different episode. Wait, what?
Yeah.
Hey, you.
Lee,
Hey, what
Lee,
you want? 80s
Lee.
rocker.
Lee, you ever wish you could think harder?
Dude, I just can't. Ugh, the thought is there, and I just
Sorry.
can't
Thoughts are forced optional.
get the thought.
I wanna
in
hear
there.
it.
Just
I want to
can't
hear it from an
think
80s
hard enough.
vampire.
Just wanna-
Hey, you. Cat thing in the corner. Cat they couldn't they shut the hell up for a second.
Can't they-
I wanna hear-
can't they couldn't
you
Oh,
shut
I'm
the
gonna
hell
take
up.
this thing off real quick.
It ain't my fault. I can't think harder.
There we go.
Sounds like something Sid would say.
Shut. Wait, what does he say? That it's like when they're talking or whatever. And he's just like, oh God, what's the quote? I always say it's shut up. You want off? Then jump. Get off my back. When they're like complaining on the
Jump.
ship.
Avid children.
Oh, I guess we're. Should I just?
You know what I mean?
Bro, we're in the home stretch.
And there we
man.
go.
My
Welcome to
head
Final
needed
Fantasy
to
Entertainment Podcast Network. We're talking about like this is it. We're beginning. We're finally out of the prologue of our podcast, and now we can begin the podcast. I think, right? We're out of the prologue phase, guys. Right?
maybe almost.
Maybe.
Yeah,
Oh
close.
wait, thank you. Somebody said Resident Evil reference.
Resident Evil reference.
Oh yeah.
We almost went an episode without the hat.
That's
It would have been
funny.
the only episode without the hat.
Did we actually say a Resident Evil reference, or was
Nope,
it?
it's just
he just
Resident
said-
Evil. Just
Tool,
enough. for
Tool
me to-
Man's awesome. Like that.
I might keep the jacket on. Kind of cool.
God, that's awesome. So yeah, I got I was trying to spend as much time as I could with Aerith. And then I slowly started to spend more time with Tifa. So for my chapter 12, I had Tifa. And
really?
yeah, I had Aerith for the first go around, and then I had Tifa for the chapter 12. So Aerith chapter 8, Tifa chapter 12. And then I switched it up on this playthrough. So I made sure I had Aerith this time around. Well, I had Aerith on my playthrough, and then to capture the thumbnail I was playing it. That's why you see Aerith in the red jacket, and Tifa is
In the dude, that is the truest forced optional I've ever seen.
Dude.
You have a secret mod that you were.
I have
forced to
no
use, but it's
idea,
not-
man.
it
My
was
mods
not-
list.
That is peak forced optional behavior.
Mods list as follows. I have the golden saucer, which makes the gold saucer gold. No field prompts, because I don't like those. No yellow elevator lines. No yellow paint. And then I have remove damage and healing numbers. I have the Siguri fusion sword that replaces the igneous or
You
whatever.
have Aerith in her default outfit at all times.
I have Aerith in default. What is this one? Yeah, nope, that's the Yuffie 4K. So unless if that throws something off, because I had everybody downloaded in 4K, but if you do the 4K character models and then you try to get a different outfit, it doesn't work. It breaks. So the only one that still remains is Yuffie 4K, but that's it. All of my mods are basically to kind of eliminate the screen clutter. Like, I like taking away the damage numbers and healing numbers, taking away the yellow paint, and field prompts and elevator lines and stuff like that. Yeah.
Dude, I'm sweating.
So.
Yeah, bro. I'm like, hold on.
Dude, you guys have been in those outfits for a long time.
I was jealous at how comfy your outfit looked.
Yeah. You see how I did? All I did was pop the little headband off and then take the little ascot off that I made out of construction paper. Mine was super.
Yeah, you sure did.
Cheap.
You sure did.
I did it super cheap, bro. So yeah, that's what we got as a date complex. Thank you for your question. And then we go over to. Yep, that's for next week. That's for next week. Who was Rosa? Yeah, I think we kind of answered that one too. Chance to kill. Yep, nope, that's next week. Yeah, a lot of ones for next week. Here's one from the new Shinra. The new Shinra, who writes in every week. I appreciate you. What is your opinion on Cloud seeing through his eyes in the dream world, as I believe these flashbacks that happen when Cloud is sleeping is the foreshadowing to what we see at the end of Rebirth, and how the elements of from Lifestream Black and Lifestream White are being narrated into the story. Sephiroth wants Cloud to despair his failures, where Aerith wants Cloud to be hopeful and to not carry the guilt that is not his own. I think we kind of talked about that a little bit, right? Yeah, we kind of talked about that a little bit. Like,
not in this one, but we have before with like.
Yeah.
Well, no, we did talk about it. But I don't know.
Sleeping through the first. What's your lyrics interpretation of "No Promises to Keep"? Centurion. I did cover that. Thanks, Centurion, for writing in.
Oh yeah.
And Centurion left the comment about having the SIGs, so I hope that you saw that. He's like, at some point, Centurion was like, "You got to have a cigarette."
Nice.
I did.
There it is.
I did.
Shout out to Toolman. Toolman says this. I don't know. I gotta check. The staff that the princess wields in the play is the Princess Guard. Is this the Princess Guard? Aerith's missing ultimate weapon.
I'm about to look it up right now.
That'd be pretty cool.
Let's go. She brings that out in this final battle.
Let's see. Yeah, pull that up if you can.
Yep, working on it. I know it's somewhere around
I got the Princess Guard right here from the OG.
Somebody says is not.
It's not.
Is not. Okay.
I'll be chat supervisor while you're looking for the
Okay.
clip and Wiley's looking.
Appreciate it. All right, we are. Doesn't look like the OG version, but it would be fitting. Oh yeah, okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, she's not. It's not giving me a good, clear view of it. Now let's see. I had.
There is the one shot
at the
where
end.
she holds
Yeah.
it. Yeah, she holds in. They shoot out. There's one where you'll get.
I had people write in with their interpretation of Loveless. Some good stuff. That's not it.
That is not even close. Nah.
Yo, it has one wing though. Come on, no, let's talk another 1 hour about this. It's got one wing. What does that mean? Veto. All right, y'all. So
She's the one wing angel.
I hope you guys had fun. I hope you guys enjoyed watching this one. And that will conclude our broadcast evening.
In front of our live studio
In
audience.
front of our live studio audience.
Dude, I don't know why I said that. I think the goggles were too tight on my brain noodle, and it was just like
That was causing you not to think hard. Like,
yeah, dude.
it was like
causing me to think soft.
thinks. Yo, Karis, thank you so much for becoming a Final Fantasy TV party member today and using that the Warrior of Rock. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Now, once again, a reminder, next week will be the conclusion of Chapter 12 as we talk about all the remaining side quests, the naming rights, and, of course, the great re-rank, as we will finally lock in our rankings to what we are comfortable with, what we are happy with and satisfied with, but there will be no changing it after that for the next 2 chapters as we finish out Final Fantasy VII Rebirth reviewed and rank. God, this has been a journey. This has been a journey. So, there it is. Until next time, I won't say that it was fate. I won't say that it was destiny. But if not, then what could it be that drew you toward me? Could it be fate? Until the day that we meet again. All right, I'm done. You guys have a great night.
Oh, okay.
Oh, he's got the. Oh, I thought he was done, bro. He's like, yo, I'm out.
Yeah. That's great.
No, I was just trying to get into your performance.
And that'll do it for real this time. Thank you, Excalibur, for being here. Excalibur.
Brother, why'd you call him by his government name?
Right.
Excalibur is reserved for the what's his name? The seminar
that
guy.
dickhead?
Yeah, the
What I have beef with.
yeah.
I don't know that guy.
Yeah, we don't talk about him too much.
Get that guy the hell out.
I hope he returns, honestly. There's got to be a way for him to return. What a great guy.
I feel like we could return a lot of characters or gimmicks.
Characters?
Like,
Oh.
What do you mean?
Barrett's gonna have to return. I got to figure out his schedule.
Yeah, Barrett. Yeah, exactly.
the rebirth reward thing or whatever we do. The after birth. What do we call it?
The birth, after birth. Yeah. My goodness, bro.
The rebirth after birth. Yeah. Yeah. That's a totally normal name. So I don't see why you
weird
slip
at
up.
all.
Yeah, I don't see why you slipped up on it. Rebirth after birth award show. Yeah, I can't even say it.
Dude, that's how Square Enix be naming some things. I'm just gonna say, be like, final mix after 360 days past whatever to yesterday's tomorrow.
To yesterday,
Like,
tomorrow. Final Fantasy VII
yeah,
Rebirth after birth.
Past memories of the future.
Those past memories, man. He said, y'all have heard of future memories? Wait till you hear about past memories. All right, though, this has got to stop. We got to end the show.
So much harder to get those past memories.
You got to. I wish I could just think harder. It's crazy.
You know.
Why are people tuning in now as we're signing off? The viewer count went up. I'm sorry. You missed it. But thank you for being
New
here.
day. I'm excited for next week. Hopefully nothing bad happens.
Mm-hmm. There you go.
Oh,
Day
plan
since
on it.
Day since oh man, there it is. All right, everybody, we are definitely closing this one out. Thank you to Dragoon King. Thank you for being here as well.
I'm not used to going first for some reason. I thought
No,
Wyatt was
you're
gonna
actually
win.
second. We had a little tangent there. I already said thank you to.
Excalibur,
Yeah,
we forgot all about it.
Goodbye.
So second
Bye,
wave tag out. It's
everybody.
actually just part 2 of our tag out. We're going over here, yeah.
Bye, everybody.
And then
Good night, everybody.
say good night, everybody. Why is that? That's
I've
not
like
Kate.
too many references. No, that was doing The Simpsons, not Kate.
Oh, okay.
You're
Bye,
right.
everybody.
And thanks to everybody in chat. Thank you so much for tuning in and just
Thanks,
hanging out and
everybody.
having fun. I'm glad you guys were here. Thank you for that. Thank you for your support, and we'll see you next week. Until then, take care now. Bye bye then.